Good morning, and well, those highlights totally sum up the past 2 days of this competition. Excellence, excitement, courage, passion, and definitely friendship that has grown throughout the past couple of days here in Glasgow in the Emirates Arena. Good morning, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, welcome to Day 3 of the Veteran European Championships 2018, Glasgow. A city that boasts that people make Glasgow, and that's exactly what it has done. The amount of athletes that have participated here today, showing real courage, determination, and also that scent of deep heat that flows through their body. Well, today we are delighted to be covering all the weight categories for the men's age band 1 and 2, along with all the age bands and weight categories for the women today. And we will be starting in the next couple of minutes, but it's been exciting just as we walked through here today this morning early, going through the warm-up area, and the stories that some of these athletes are here to share has been an absolute delight. In some cases, some of the athletes that I was privileged to be a national coach for, the likes of Simone Calendar, who is a manager in the Glasgow Games for judo, and a former international player, is out fighting here today. She didn't realize she was fighting because she actually turned up as a coach, and when she came to register as a coach, they realized that she was down as a competitor. So since then, this evening, last night, she bought 2 judogis, which have been washed, sewn up to fit her, and she's out raring to go. Absolutely hysterical. If anything's going to happen, it'll happen to Simone Calendar. There's no doubt about it. So we're going to be kicking off on mat number 1, where we have Stephen Watson of Great Britain in the white, Rudolf Bradler of Czech Republic in the blue. This is the under 81 kilo division and the M2 age band. Bradler there looking for the transition into the Niwaza. Seems very comfortable down in the ground. Watson looked a little bit apprehensive as he entered down there. Exchanges on the first grip. You can see he's got that lapel sleeve. Both are opting just for one hand on their opponent's gi. Trying to take the first direction and control of this contest, but as we know, one hand is not sufficient enough really to get in and attack. Actually was her attempt there from Bradler, who now has got 2 hands on his opponent, lapel and sleeve, both opting for the same traditional style of gripping here in the kimikata, and using their feet just to try and break the kazushi of their opponent. Well, as we know, pre-match nerves plays a major part here, as in the opening rounds of this competition. And you never really know how your day's going to go until you actually get that first contest under your belt. Sutemi was her attempt there from Bradler. Draws his opponent down into the ground. As we say, he seems very comfortable in going into the Niwaza. And Watson obviously feeling that very little to be gained in staying in the ground, but he does pick up a second Shido. So now this is changing the dynamics of the contest completely. One more Shido would result in a hand sokumaki for Watson, so he really needs now to be gutsy enough to get that grip, which he has. It's that right hand high collar grip, and then work from it. He has to really be brave enough to step through. He looks to be in a very good strong position as he controls his opponent's head, but he's not advancing any further than just gripping at the moment. Bit of a head-to-head clash, but for Bradler, he doesn't really need to do too much. He can tactically play this match for a win by just making his opponent look passive. If both of them are passive, then it's a Judo apiece, which means Watson goes out because he's accumulated 2 already. And I think this is a sign when they get the athletes to tidy up. You always feel that the tension is that they're going to give another one, and there you have. Both deserved a Shido, but the problem was Watson already had 2 under his belt. So sadly for Watson, who not the greatest of starts, and Hans Sokumaki giving the win to Bradler of Czech Republic, who goes into the next round. Guibrone of Italy now coming on to tatami number 3, representing Italy. Gabriov of Russia in the blue. Italy in white, Russia in the blue. This is the 81 kilo category. The M2 age banding.
In the white Judo from Great Britain, Paul Valent. Coming on to mat 4 in the M2 under 81 kilos.
So with 2 minutes remaining in this contest, very little to divide these athletes. Guibrone of Italy in the white. Gabriov of Russia. Oh, beautiful Ashiwaza there. Diashiharai, nicely executed, scoring it on, and what an excellent start for the Russian. Gabriov goes through to the next round, and it'll be interesting and very exciting to see how this young man gets on a little bit later on. Now coming up representing France very soon is Pierre Palazon in the white. Hayon of Ireland in the blue. Not a typical Irish name, I should say, but it'll be interesting to know the story behind that family connection. And the Irish team have been doing extremely well in the past couple of days. They've picked up a few medals and had some very good performances. And there you have Palazon nicely executing. Well, there was a Wazari called there for the Kamishio Katami.
In the white jubilee from Great Britain, Christopher Newman. And coming on to mat 6 in the M2 under 90 kilos, in the blue jubilee from Germany, Robert Hoffman. In the white jubilee from France, Julien Lelorin.
Well, there's a win for Palazon of France, who goes through to the next round.
Coming on to match 5 in the M2 under 90 kilos. In the blue jewelry from Azerbaijan, Jafarov. In the white jewelry from Ukraine, Valent.
Filli of France in the white. Of Switzerland in the blue. 66 kilo category. In the M2.
Nsbam. In the white jewelry from France, Guon.
So circling motion, Filli. It's like bounce in the feet there, tries to step across for what looked to be the Tayatoshi there. Now following through into the Niwaza, trying to, but as you can see, Nsbam trying to control that arm, looking for the arm lock. The Frenchman defending quite nicely, but there's that beautiful turnover there from Nsbam, trying to secure the osakomi. Well, he's got control there, and there you have it, the osakomi. Nice little bit of Niwaza, that was quite impressive, but real struggling to secure the hold down. Should have been out a little bit earlier there. There was, I think, a few, maybe about 3 seconds added to that osakomi.
In the blue jubilee from Switzerland, Zimmerman. In the white jubilee from Finland, Jonas Lindqvist.
Sianagi, lovely attempt there, scoring Ippon, controlled very nicely. It almost looked like he had overspun him on the Sianagi, but managed to control at the latter stage, scoring an Ippon and taking the win through to the next round. Nsbam for Switzerland. Second round now in the under 66 kilos. Now representing France, Jérôme Gay. From France in the white, Stefan Manovich of Germany in the blue.
In the blue jubilee from Germany, Stefan Manovich. In the white jubilee from France, Jérôme Gay. And coming on to mat 1, in the M2 under 73 kilos, in the blue jubilee from Great Britain, Andrew Cox. In the white jubilee from France, Youssef Ben-Beldouar.
Sianagi there from Gay. Follows it through into the Niwaza. Getting the legs caught in underneath, as you can see, using them as a lever to try and rotate his opponent over onto his back. Trying to secure the arm lock in the same time. Manovich there did well to defend in what looked to be a very awkward situation for him. Yoko Tomonagi there, lovely execution of that technique. Gay follow once more through into the Niwaza. Scores a Wazari from the Yoko Tomonagi. Now trying to finish it off in the ground. From this angle, it's very difficult to see what direction he was going for, but the referee felt that there was very little on offer to secure in the ground, and rather than wasting that time, calls the mate. But now France takes the lead with a Wazari. If you've just joined us, I'm Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and welcome to the 2018 Veterans European Championships held in the Emirates Arena here in Glasgow. Overall, 1,191 athletes participating over 4 days. Maybe one of the largest entries for the Veterans European Championships ever, and representing 35 countries. And there you have it, the second Wazari. And Gay goes through to the next round.
In the white judo from France, Guon.
So now we have coming up very shortly, representing Ireland in the white, Ward, and his opponent representing Great Britain is Hunter. So Ryan Hunter in the blue, James Ward from Ireland in white. This is the under 81 kilo category in the M1 age band. Now at the moment it looks like we are waiting for Ryan Hunter to appear on the tatami. Ward patiently waiting there and trying to stay focused and composed before he enters for his first match of the day. Always a difficult situation, especially on your first match as well. All those pre-competition nerves is just there rolling around in the stomach, anticipating what's going to happen next. Well, a lot of very nervous athletes are here participating at the back of house. The atmosphere, you could cut it with a knife, and wandering around. A lot of familiar faces. Blast from the past, as you could say, with people that you've met from all walks of life that now come back into this sport that they've loved, that's given that those pure values of sport throughout those years. Some doubting what they're doing is the right thing. Some of them are very excited to be here and been able to represent not only their family but their country as well. Well, we have Ward Hunter that's just arrived now, Ryan Hunter. In fact, a young man from Grimsby Judo Club. Terry Althoff once more in the chair. Again, we say a blast from the past. I remember many occasions that Terry Althoff was coaching at the side of the chair when I was competing, but he was against me at that time, so it was still remain good for the opposition. Very knowledgeable coach indeed, and has produced some fine athletes. And here you have Hunter again setting the stage of quality of judo. Nice turnover there, didn't really secure the osakomi, but has done extremely well. But here you have it. Now he's tied up in the niwaza. Ryan Hunter is trying to keep those hips down very low. Ward struggling to try and get out of the osakomi, but the clock is ticking away and the time is running out for Ward. And Hunter is securing that next win through to the next round. So although we had to wait for him, the wait was worth it, and some excellent judo displayed in that match. and it'll be interesting to see how he performs a little bit later on in the day. So now coming up very shortly, staying with the under 81 and M1 division, Dolins, Baptiste of France, and Abaneti of Italy in the blue. Dolins white, Abaneti in blue.
Coming on to mat 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos.
And the referee for this match is Great Britain's Stefan Nubri. Outstanding referee, he's doing extremely well and just seems to build more and more confidence over the years that we've started to see him representing not only Great Britain at home but also internationally. Very confident and competent referee. And the referee in general here has been very high standard, which is very fortunate for the athletes themselves. The whole setup here in the Emirates Arena, well, the feedback from most of these athletes is that they've been well cared. It has been athlete-centered, a performance and an experience of a lifetime for some of these athletes that they will take away from Glasgow with some fond memories. Oh, beautifully done there.
In the white jersey from France, Benjamin Duval. And coming on to mat 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos. In the blue jersey from France, Emilien Hermand. And in the white jersey from Switzerland, Dominique Sigrist. Now on mat 4 in the M2 over 100 kilos. In the blue jersey from Italy, Gabriov. In the white jubilee from Great Britain, Gavin McNeil.
Sigrist of Switzerland now in the white, Hermant of France in the blue, staying with the 81 kilos.
From Poland, Witold Fatullayev. White jubilee from Ukraine, Vitaly Bubon. On mat 2 in the M2 under 73 kilos. In the blue jubilee from Azerbaijan, Zulfuda Husseinov. And in the white jubilee from Great Britain, Andrew Dicker. Now on mat 6 in the M1 under 60 kilos. In the blue jubilee from Ukraine, Artem Ilienko. In the white jubilee from France, Tony Kiernan. And on mat 1 in the M2 under 73 kilos, in the blue jubilee from Hungary, Balázs Cespes. And in the white jubilee from Great Britain, Colin McKenna. Coming on to mat 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos, in the blue jubilee from Poland, Matthias Patullac. In the white jubilee from Germany, Michael Coinci.
Coinci here of Germany in the white, Pulac of Poland in blue, the under 81 kilos. M1 division.
Coming on to mat 2 in the M1 under 66 kilos. In the blue jubilee from Ukraine, Yuri Kravets. In the white jubilee from France,
Well, a Makakomi attempt there from the German. Coinci. Pulac trying to use his feet to break the Kazushi. Oh, stumbling his opponent there. What looked to be a clip there was the Ouchigari, I believe. No score for it, but nevertheless a good attack. Sianagi attempt from Pulac.
Konstantin Anavachenko from Ukraine. Please come immediately to mat 4. Konstantin Anavachenko from Ukraine to mat 4 immediately. Thank you.
Well, both athletes opting for right to left grip.
Coming on to mat 4 now. In the M2
And lapel and sleeve, very traditional Kumikata style. Second Shido going to Coinci of Germany.
Coming on to mat 2, M1 under 66 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Italy, Simon Martino. In the white judo gi from France, Stéphane Duclos-Cola. And now in action on mat 5 in the M2 under 100 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Russia, Alexander Utishev. In the white judo gi from France, Guon.
Well, two Shidos with 24 seconds remaining. You always get a little bit nervous when they've asked them to tidy up their gi. You always feel that something else is going to finish this contest. And there you have it. Sadly, the third and final Shido goes to Coinci of Germany, and the win goes to Pulac of Poland.
In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Graham Tucker. In the white judo gi from Russia, Igor Kurov.
Surz for France in the white, Ismailov of Azerbaijan in the blue. First round in the under 81 kilo division, staying with the same age group, which is the M1 band.
And now on mat 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Azerbaijan, Samir Ismailov. In the white judo gi from France, Adrien Suarez.
Well, lovely attack there. Sutemi Waza scoring a Wazari in the opening seconds and then securing the Osakomi. In 15 seconds of the start of that contest, Ismailov takes the win and goes through very swiftly into the next round. Well, here we have the highlights. Yoko Tomonagi following nicely through down into the Niwaza, transitioning very well as he rotates his opponent over to secure the Osakomi. Now we have Malle of France, Mazalik of Poland in the blue, Malle of France in the white, or Mazalik in the blue. It's again the 81 kilo division. Just waiting. Obviously, that previous match was so quick that now we're in a running situation to try and get the next match ready to go. Normally at the back of house, just going through their last final checks of judogi control, checking that the size of the gi is correct. There's no major extensions on the shoulder pads, knee pads, elbow pads, you name it, that restricts a gripping infringement for their opponent.
In the white judogi from Sweden, coming on to mat 3 now, in the M1 under 81 kilos. In the blue judogi from Poland, Mazalik. In the white judogi from France, Malle.
Malle there in white. Mazalik of Poland in blue. Mazalik stepping across there for Oso Tagari. Malle looking for the Ochi, using his feet, both taking a traditional grip in there. The Makikomi comes over for Malle. Didn't get in deep enough, lost the upper body control, didn't have that sleeve control just right as he entered in for the Makikomi. Has a right hand on the collar of his opponent. The Frenchman tries to draw his head down, but this is swiftly taken away by Mazalik. Sianagi nicely executed, follows through, looking for the knee waza, but unnecessary. Ippon's called, and Mazalik goes through to the next round. Well, Malle did so well in the opening 30 seconds of that contest. He looked as if he had things under control, but he left himself very vulnerable, loose there as he initiated the first attack, and his opponent swiftly capitalized on that. Lenard of France in the white now, coming up with Watson in the blue. Bastien Lenard white, Barry Watson blue. All these contests are flying through at this moment. I don't think we've seen one that's actually gone to time as yet, which is quite refreshing and very exciting to see indeed. If you've just joined us, well, welcome to Glasgow for the 2018 Veteran European Championships. We're witnessing 1,191 participants, men and women, competing over 4 days. And we will have an absolute treat tomorrow where we will watch the Veterans Team Championships.
In the blue judogi from Great Britain, Daniel Harper. In the white judogi from France, Rogan.
Lenard looking to secure the Osakomi. Failed to do so, but still persevering down in the Niwaza, looking for other options. He's got the Sangaku turnover and now trying to tie up that arm, which is very vital to the success of this hold down. The legs are nice and tight, and now you can see Watson desperately trying to get out, knows he's in trouble, but that tie-up, which was a crucial element of the turnover, was there in place and secured Watson in and on his back. And there you have Lenard taking the win and a place in the second round of the 81 kilos.
And coming on to mat 6 in the M1 under 90 kilos. In the blue judogi from France, Sinka. In the white judogi from Germany, Sebastian Strauch.
So now we have coming up representing Great Britain, Andrew Pearce in the white, and he's up against Robert Engelhart of Germany in the blue. Pearce in the white, Engelhart in blue. This is the under 60 kilo category.
And coming on to mat 3 now in the M2
in the M2 division.
In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Paul Patrick. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, if you are filming on an iPad, you may find that the light, the flash, is permanently switched on. Please check that no flashlights are on iPads as you are filming. Thank you.
Well, Engelhart there secures a win quite easily against Pierce of Great Britain to go through to the second round of the under 60 kilos. And here we have the highlights of that very throw.
In the white judo gi from France, Gabriov. And on mat 2 now, in the M2 under
Haragoshi nicely executed. It was a bit of a combination there, hooked behind the leg as if he was turning for the Osotogari, got the reaction and switched the direction. Cibrel of France in the white now. Bradler of Czech Republic in the under 81s coming up shortly.
Coming on to mat 3 now in the M2 under 81 kilos. In the blue judo gi from the Czech Republic.
So France in white, Czech Republic in the blue.
From France,
Kribel there, as you can see, looking a little bit apprehensive. He's crouched over slightly, trying to engage in the grip. Has the first grip, throws that right hand high over onto the collar, controlling his opponent's right sleeve. Trying to get the reaction, the correct reaction as the head comes up, coming in for the attack. Bradler trying to back out from the very controlling grip of Kribel. Once more, he gets that high collar grip, controls his opponent, draws him down to his knees. And as we know, he can still score as his opponent's even coming up out of the niwaza. So for Bradler, he's got to be careful. He's picked up a Shido there, piling a little bit of pressure on himself here.
Coming on to mat 6 now, in the M1 under 90 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Romania, Silviu Natasa. In the white judo gi from France, Bruno Ruby.
Well, nice little bit of moving there along the side of the contest area, side skipping, trying to create possibly the opportunity for the Ashiwazas to work a little bit more swiftly. Came in with the Koichigari. You could sense that there was maybe the Kuriashi Harai or the Ashi Harai coming up there. Kribel again throwing that right hand high onto the collar, drawing his opponent's head down, using his feet to execute the first initiation of the attack, trying to get that reaction, possibly the Osota Koichigari into a forward attack of the Uchimata or Big Haraigoshi. A Sutemi Waza from Bradler that draws his opponent down off the edge of the mat. Now, got to be careful. That looked like a bit of a desperate attack to get out of trouble. He was floating around at the edge of the contest area, and he's down on 2 Shidos. One more would result in a Hansokimaki, a disqualification, and he's still got a minute to go. So it's not the ideal situation for Bradler of the Czech Republic, who really has struggled right from the beginning with that high collar right hand grip from the Frenchman. The Osotogari was there. He got the right reaction from Bradler this time. The head came up, which meant that he could execute that Osotogari quite nicely and get the drive that was required to get the finish for Ippon. So Kribler goes into the next round of the 81 kilo division. And coming up quite surely in the M281 division is Fatullayev of Azerbaijan, Gabriov of Russia in the blue.
In the white judo gi from France, Malle. And on mat 3 now, in the M2 under 81 kilos, in the blue judo gi from Russia, Gabriov. In the white judo gi from Azerbaijan, Fatullayev.
So Fatullayev there in the white. Gabriov from Russia in blue picks up the first Judo for that drop. A little bit of uncontrolled attack there. Gabriov there, an attempt of a Sutemi was not quite sure what it was, but for me, got to be careful. We can't really see what they're attempting, and they just throw themselves down on the ground without really executing the kazushi, breaking of the balance. Then they can become unstuck and start accumulating those shidos. Gabriov now trailing with one shido.
From France, in the white judo gi, also from France, Guon.
Sutemi was her attempt from
Coming on to mat 1 now in the M1 under 73 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Germany.
well, a bit of a battle of the kumikata, very strong gripping, but Gabriov looking a little less in control in this contest. More on the receiving attacks against Azerbaijan. Picks up his second Shido. Oh, and a lovely Sienagi attempt there. Fatullayev really had such control right to the end, just needed that little bit of finish to the end. The kake that we were looking for, the breaking of balance there was there. The entry was perfect, but the kake wasn't. The finish just wasn't there. Gabriov really now in a lot of trouble, coming up to half a minute, and still really hasn't had much engagement in this contest. Really hasn't shown as if he's had much decision making to make here. He's been on the receiving end. It's more of a reaction that has played in his judo instead of taking control and action. Gabriov again drawing his opponent down into knee was definitely not a convincing attack. The Sutemi waza really isn't working for him. We've seen it so many times. The Sienagi, though, on the other hand, Fatullayev does Sienagi once more, this time Ippon. Nicely done. He had the Kazushi, he had the Kake, he there finished it. And that superb finish of the Sienagi takes him through to the next round. Now coming up We have Mixa of France in the white.
Coming on to mat 3 now in the M2 under 81 kilos.
Valent
In the blue
Visage.
from Poland, Mariusz Valent. And in the white judo from France,
Valent of Poland. Mixa of France in the blue. Well, Valent looking very strong there. Starts off very positive indeed in the early seconds of this contest, stepping across there for the Taitoshi. He really needs to secure a better kumikata. As you can see as he enters here, that elbow as he steps across for the Taitoshi. That right elbow seems to be stuck up in the air and losing the power that could be generated into throwing his opponent. Again, persevering, that step across. Kosota attempt from the Frenchman.
Coming on to mat 6 now in the M2 under 90 kilos. In the blue judo from Switzerland, Matthias Zimmermann. In the white judo from France, Stéphane Lemasson.
Well, Valent has done a lot of work here. Doesn't have anything on the board to justify all that work and energy that's been spent in this contest, and that tiredness is most probably the result of where we find him right now. He was very lucky to get out of that osakomi. The turnover there, he seemed powerless to do anything about it, and Mixa, that was his opportunity to take the lead here in this contest.
Coming on to mat 4 now in the M2 under 66 kilos. In the blue judo from Poland, Marcin Reniak. In the white judo from France, Christophe Pacino.
Mixa looking for the Ouchigari. He's got the high collar, the left hand on the high collar of his opponent. This time he's starting to look a little bit more confident out here. It was changed the dynamics of this contest, where blue was really demanding respect out here, took control, initiated the movements and the first attacks in the first 2.5 minutes. Now this is starting to change around. Mixa has had that little bit of niwaza. He knew he was so close of finishing the contest. That seems to be a bit of a confidence boost he's needed to show that he's capable of winning this match. He just didn't seem to be showing that confidence. A Sasai attempt there. He left himself a little bit off balance, but again, he broke the Polish contender balance and managed to get that movement down into the ground. Although he didn't rotate his own body out of the way, but still a very strong attack. Now we're into the golden score, 5 seconds in. Mixa, for me, it looks like he could be the man that goes through to the next round. He hooks in with the Uchimata combination there. He's got, this time, it's him that's got that left hand on the collar, controlling that head, drawing his opponent down. He's got the reaction. He pulled the head down. He allowed the Polish contender to lift the head up, and he hooked in with the Ouchigari. A nice reaction. He set it up perfectly, and it paid off. As you can see, he pulled down. He got the reaction he was looking for. The head came up, and the Ouchigari just was there to say thank you very much. Well, that was very interesting match indeed. Athlete from Poland did a lot of work, but sadly, I think he spent up a lot of energy in the opening 2.5 minutes of that contest, and he had very little to come back when the roles changed of dominance. Palazon here of France coming up now. It's the second. Sure, we've had this as the second round. Pierre Palazon, and he's up against Julian Christie of Switzerland. It is, well, it's saying the first round, round one, but it is actually round two. Palazon defeated the Irishman in the first round, as we remember seeing that. Wasn't the most typical Irish name that we had seen. Hayun sounded a little bit more Eastern European. But again, for Palazon, it was a very good opening first round match for him. For Christie, he's had a bye, I believe. Julian Christie had a bye in the first round. So this is his first match of the day. So a little bit cold coming out here. And as we always know, for athletes, that first match is so important to get the pre-competition nerves out of the way. And it gives you a really good indication on how your day's going to go. But they've both picked up a Judo apiece now. We've just 20 seconds into the contest. Palazon goes down into the knee wazi. He's got the legs tucked under his opponent. He's trying to get the turnover, to open his opponent up, to give him the leverage that he needs. Sianagi attempt there. Palazon nicely continues with the roll, scoring a Wazari. And a great start for this young man from France. Well, he takes the lead quite comfortably with 2 minutes remaining. The Oso Togari there. Palazon once more on the attack, scoring another Wazari for a Wazari Zetiapon. Well, there was no questioning the ability there of the Frenchman, and definitely a contender for a medal here today, showing some wonderful display of judo there. And coming up very shortly, we're going now to the 66 kilo M2 division, and this will be against Pogy, Nicolas of France in the white, and Rogan Philippe in the blue from Great Britain. Rogan blue, Pogy white. Well, we have Rogan here, young man from, I believe, Bake-Up, where he's from Bake-Up Judo Club, and you've got here Brian Moore, who was a former GB national coach for the cadets and within juniors, and he's here sitting in the chair for Rogan as a personal coach for his athlete that's started off quite feisty indeed.
Coming on to match one now, in the M2 under 73 kilos, in the blue judo from Russia, Mikhail Portivello. In the white judo
Pogy with that right hand high on the collar, drawing Rogan's head down. Really needs to get out of that situation. He's looking very passive indeed. Neither one of them are actually putting an attack in. So really, if it comes down to it, you would say a Judo apiece. But they've given it to Rogan. Very surprised that both of them haven't got one, but I suppose the Pogy's got two already. They've given him the benefit of the doubt, but it's all right having a very strong kumikata, but it can be classed as a defense rather than attack if you don't use it. Rogan with the Uchimata, lovely execution of that, gets the rotation and scores a Wazari with 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining in the contest. Rogan takes the lead. Now he can pile on. Tactically, he can pile on a lot of pressure here on Pogy. Pogy will have to start coming back at him and coming back very, very strong. He's got a strong kumikata, but he seems to hesitate quite a bit when exchanging on the grips. Now for Rogan, if he can control quite nicely using his feet, tactically he could take this match. He cannot afford to make any silly errors. Sianagi there from Pogy. Loses a little bit of control in the entry, but more of a desperate attack really to stay engaged in this contest. Rogan trying to secure a very strong kumikata, uses the ashiwasa, rotates him over, scoring an ippon and a place in the second round. Third round, which is the quarter-final stage of the under 66.
Now in the M2 under 100 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Kirk Thies. And in the white judo gi from Estonia, Madis Karin.
Now we have Sinka of Hungary in the blue, and he's up against Nsbam of Switzerland in white.
Now in the M2 under 73 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Azerbaijan,
It's the second round.
and in the white judo gi from France, Mathieu Peyrard. Now coming on to match 3 in the M2 under 66 kilos.
For Sinka, this is his first match of the day. He had a bye in the first round. Nsbam defeated the Frenchman Filli. A very convincing win in the first round. It's obviously got blown away all those cobwebs and ready to get started, warmed up that body and in a fighting mode. But for Sinka, he's really just feeling the tatami for the first time and trying to so-called the atmosphere in and be able to fight here. So he's controlling the sleeves, using his feet quite nicely, not overexerting himself and not threatening his positioning at this moment. He's looking for the niwaza. His transition was very good. He's very alert down in the ground. He's got that sleeve, as you can see, but a little bit lost in the rotation of what he's trying to attempt down in the niwaza.
Sebastian Hess. In the white judo gi from Italy, Francesco Iannone.
Nsbam tried to get that side skip going. We've seen that in the previous match. He side skipped, but he stopped. There was a pause, and then he just dropped. Hence the reason he's picked up a Shido there. It needs to flow. It needs to have a little bit of breaking of the balance, a bit of the kazushi. But sadly, we didn't get that, and it's cost him a Shido. Dynamics changed slightly. Sinka controlling the sleeves very well there. Hasn't really put too much in as far as an attack, but he looks like he's dominating the pace of this contest and making sure it's a direction and the speed that he wants it. Second Shido again now to Nsbam. One more result for the Swiss. The Hansokumaki, a disqualification. After his first performance in the first round, I'm sure he doesn't want to be missing out in an opportunity of a medal. Nsbam looking to change a little bit of direction, trying to show to a forward attack and possibly switch to the back, but you can see the kumikata of Sinka is very, very strong and controlling, and it's become very threatening to Nsbam. And the third and final Judo goes to Nsbam. He just couldn't deal with the very powerful kumikata, the control that was there from the Hungarian. The Hungarian really didn't have to do too much other than stay upright and in control. And that tactic takes him through to the third round of the under 66. Lipilin of the Ukraine now coming up, as you can see, representing Ukraine in white, and he's up against France, Gay, in the blue. Now, Gay had a match in the earlier round, which was quite impressive, a good start for Gay against Manovich of Germany. And the Ukraine, this is his first match of the day.
In the blue judo from Spain, Surz. In the white judo from France,
Lipilin trying to draw a count, taking his opponent over the top of his head in the knee. Was a nice bit of exchange of groundwork there, and controlling quite nicely the Ukraine. He needs to secure control of the upper body, that head especially, tie that up first, and then start working the leg. And that's exactly what he's just done, and secures the osakomi. For Gay, it's going to be almost impossible to get out of the grips of the Ukraine. And the clock ticks away nicely, and a great start for Lipilin. So Lipilin of the Ukraine goes through to the third round, the quarterfinal stage of the under 66 kilo category.
And now coming on to match 6 in the M1 under 60 kilos. In the blue judo from Russia, Maxime Kuzmin. In the white judo from France, Rogan.
Pasier of France in the white now, representing France, and representing Azerbaijan, his opponent Mediev in the blue.
Now coming on to match 3 in the M2 under 66 kilos. In the blue judo from Azerbaijan, Mediev. In the white judo from France, Pasier.
Well, Pasqua, as you can see, straight in on the attack. Sangaku turnover, nicely executed. Now trying to tie up that arm, controlling very nicely, looking to have it's got the Sangaku Gatami. But also the Sangaku Jimmy is also there, as you can see. The legs are tied up very nicely. Just needs to control his opponent's left arm to avoid it coming forward. But does that very well. And Ippon called, and a win quite convincingly through to the next round. Now we're back into the second round again. We have representing Great Britain, Ryan Hunter in the white, Baptiste Dolens of France in the blue. It's the under 81 kilo M1 division. And this is the next match that will be coming up very shortly on match number 3. If you've just joined us, welcome to Glasgow for the 2018 Veterans European Championships that's held in a wonderful arena. Great sporting venue, the Emirates Arena here in Glasgow.
Coming on to match 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos.
Brian Hunter, one of these athletes from the Grimsby Judo Club, a very famous club that has developed some fine athletes over the years of world and Olympic level. Terry Olthoff, the coach, and has been a coach for many, many years. He is sitting in the chair for his athlete. Cross grip there from Dollins, trying to get round the back of his opponent. Hunter dismissing that quite quickly, but got caught there with the Koichigari, nicely executed. But Hunter follows it through into the transition, now looking to get the turnover there. Well, for Hunter, he was very lucky not to have a score against him. Has to be careful of the Ashiwazas there. Dollins, as you can see, very light on his feet, works his feet very, very well. The Ashiwazas are a major threat for the young man from GB. And Dollins there just dismissing him in the Niwaza, drawing him to his knees and just dragging him about there a little bit. So a much more aggressive approach in this contest for the Frenchman. Hunter gets a very strong lapel grip there. As you can see, the right hand on his opponent's left side. He's trying to reach forward, but opts for what looked to be an attempt of a Seoinage, but drops on his knees with very little kazushi, and pays the penalty by picking up one.
In the blue judo gi from Italy, Francesco De Gothes. In the white judo gi from France, Tony Kiernan.
Yoko Sutemiwaza, their attempt from the Frenchman. Dollins finds himself now in the receiving end of the Niwaza. Hunter trying to tie up. He hasn't secured the upper body that well, so persevering too much on the leg first, and that will not help. And as you can see, no sooner the leg's out, Dollins is out of trouble. For the athletes, it might feel that you're wasting time, but as long as there's action in the Niwaza, the referee can see the progression through to finishing the job. And missing out on the vital points of the Niwaza, and that is controlling the head, tying up everything, securing it before attempting of taking a leg out is so important. Otherwise, it's just a lot of wasted energy.
Coming on to mat 4 now.
Koichigari, lovely executed there. And on the bell, can you believe it? On the last second, the Koichigari was there. A Wazari has been called, and Dollins takes the win and goes through to the next round. Well, my goodness, that was a little bit of luck, but definitely the technique wasn't lucky. Beautifully done, but he definitely had the luck on as far as the time on his side. That was absolutely on the second. And Hunter, as you can see, just now, he just cannot believe that. It was, and Dollins takes the win for France and goes through to the next round, the quarter-final stage of the 81 kilo division.
Now coming on to mat 4 in the M2 under 81 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Moldova, Octavian Patrascu. white judo from Switzerland, Reto Chan. And now fighting on mat 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos, in the blue judo from Poland, Mathieu Pulac, and in the white judo from France, Emilia Herman. And now about to start on mat 5 in the M2.
Well, here we have in the under 60 kilos from representing the Ukraine, Sadili. In the white, Okuri. In the blue, representing France.
Coming on to mat 1 now in the M1 under 100 kilos. In the blue judo gi from France, Baptiste Dupont. In the white judo gi from Germany, Tobias Betzer.
Well, that was a great win for the German Robert Engelhart of the under 60 kilo category M2 division. And now we're coming up to the next the next match, and that's the same weight division, under 60s. Grigorian Perret of France in the white, Zappino from Italy, Bruno Raphael. So Grigorian in the white, Zappino in the blue. Well, Siganagi attempt there from Grigorian, but really needed to get more of an entry into the attack. Has to be careful on executing movements like that, could start to accumulate the shidos. Well, that was a nice win for Grigorian. Goes through to the next round. Well, we have Kribel now coming up very shortly in the white gi, and he's up against the opponent from Azerbaijan, Fatullayev, in the blue. So Fatullayev, blue, Kribel, and here's some of the highlights. The Osota and Taniotoshi, nice finish from the Frenchman. Beautifully executed to take him through to the next round. So Kribel of France in white, Fatullayev from Azerbaijan in the blue. And this is the quarter-final stages for a place in the semi-final of the under 81 M2 division. Well, Fatullayev there advancing onto his opponent, desperately trying to get the first grip on his opponent to control. Frenchman looking a little bit apprehensive, throws that right hand high towards the collar. Seen that in the previous matches, favours that grip. Also, the Frenchman's quite good in the Niwaza, so be interesting to see this contest as it develops. This is for a place in the semi-final of the under 81s. Uchimata there from Fatullayev. Entered well, just lost a little bit of control off the corner of the mat side there. Uchigari there from Kribel. She was her attempt also, Kuriashiharai. Just really didn't give the Kasushi that was required. Uchimata. Kribel trying to counter with the Kosota. Fatullayev has to be really careful. The Uchimata is there, a very strong attack, but when he feels the threat of that counter, he starts to spin out. And we always see the dangers, and that's where major faults are made on the way out, getting caught. Kribel with the right hand on the left collar, drawing his opponents down, trying to get that reaction as he steps through, either for the Uchimata or the Kosota. He's got very good ashiwazas. He's just not getting the movement right at this moment. He's backing onto the edge of the mat, which gives him very little space to maneuver. Fatullayev with the left hand over the arm and catching the lapel, blocks his opponent's right side, draws his opponent in. He looks very strong from there. The Koichigari, nice movement, didn't persevere with it. He touched it, he broke the balance, he got the reaction, but really has to have the conviction with it to really go through. Straight away, Kribel takes the lapel grip with his right hand. He moved it down, now he comes over deep onto the back. And a little bit more leverage on his opponents and a bit more control. Fatullayev looking a little bit unhappy with that grip. Dismisses it very quickly. The message you'll send out to Kribel is that he obviously is unhappy with that high over the back grip, and which Kribel will, if getting the opportunity, will attempt again. Oh, what a lovely counter there. An Ochigari attempt there from Kribel. A switch of direction to the rear. And Ochigaeshi, nicely done, but just didn't get the finish to it. Ashiwaza, a Sasai, broke his opponent's balance, followed it. Fatullayev looking for the shimiwaza. Not sure whether it's on well. No one could sustain that sort of pressure on the neck if it wasn't in the correct positioning. Fatullayev still trailing with 2 shidos with 1.5 minutes remain, well, 1.5 minutes into golden score. So it's really the first on the grip, first for the attackers score. If they score, they win, but if Fatullayev picks up another shido and makes any errors along the way, he will forfeit this contest. Kosota. Fatullayev. Counter-attack, and there you have it. The Nuranagi. And Ippon. Well, they gave it a Wazari. Just didn't get the amount of leverage he needed. Harai attempt, and there you have the counter. So Fatullayev goes through to the next round, to the semi-final of the 81 kilo division, and he'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. Mixa of France in the white, Edmond, and his opponent will be Palazon, Pierre from also France. So an all-France quarter-final stage. Well, we know one thing we can guarantee. Frenchman will get into the semi-final, but which one will it be? Based on performance so far, Palazon has been very sharp today. Palazon straight in, but Mixa straight there with the attack, scoring a Wazari, and now very much in control of this contest. Uchigari then for Palazon. Well, there you have another Wazari Aseti upon, and Mixa goes through to the next round, the semi-final of the 81 kilo division.
On that two is the M2 under 73 kilos. In blue from Spain, Rogan, Gonzalez, Baris. His opponent from France in the white jersey, Frederic Allen. Match six for the F4 over 78 kilos. In blue from Italy, Sarah Guada. Her opponent in the white jersey from Great Britain.
Now we have Rogan of Great Britain in white, Sinka of Hungary in the blue. Both of, in their previous rounds, have fought extremely well. This is the under 66 kilo category. Rogan defeated Pogy of France in the first round. His opponent, Sinka, also had a bye in the first round, and in the second defeated Nsbam of Switzerland. And now they find themselves in the quarter-final stage. A place in the semi-final, the under 66 here, up for grabs. Very feisty start between both these athletes. Nice controlling grip there from Rogan. You can see that right hand on his opponent's left lapel. Has the sleeve grip as well. Controlling the direction of this contest so far. Working his opponent on the edge, piling a little bit of pressure on Sinka. But there a mistake was made. Sinka nicely executing. Scoring a Wazari, and now directly into Osakomi, Kezakatami. Well, for Rogan, sadly, it wasn't to be, but he has still an opportunity to come back for a bronze medal a little bit later on in the repechage. And there you have the highlights. He pressurized him on the edge of the net. The Sutemi-waza was there. The Sumigeshi spun him over, controlled him very nicely, and secured the Osakomi. Pasqua now coming up in the blue. Lipilin in for representing the Ukraine in the white. So we have from Ukraine Lipilin in white, Pasqua of France in blue. Pasqua straight away is trying to secure the high collar grip. He comes across with the Osotogari. Ukraine trying to control those sleeves, takes the lapel. And also for the Ukrainians, also trying to get that hand over the top, but picks up the first Judo for negative engagement, or the lack of it, we should say. Yep. Iapon Sianagi nicely executed on the edge of the contest area. And Iapon has been called. Well, Pasqua started off very strong indeed, took control right from the early seconds of this contest and finished it within the first minute. So now we have Coco of Italy in the white and representing Great Britain white. Now white as current European and world medalist at the veterans, but in a lower weight category in the under 57s, and will be wanting to secure a medal here in the next weight category up in 63s. But we know this is going to be a very tough match indeed, as the Italians are so the Italians are very feisty indeed. They've come from a long legacy of producing some fine, strong women's judo in Italy. This is a pool of 5 in the 63s for this age category, which is the F6 category. There, straight away, the pedigree and the confidence and experience of Diane White takes her into a first win of this pool. So it's a great start for the GB athlete, Diana White, and we'll be seeing her a little bit later on. Now coming up, another experienced veteran, Joyce Malle, European Veterans Champion last year. Oh, right, yeah, it was not last year, but the previous year, but it was the same country, because Croatia had hosted the Veterans Europeans twice, one in Zagreb, and before, when Malle had won the European Veterans, was in Porig. But again, former international athlete in her days, part of the GB team as a junior and senior. Her sister Avril Malle represented Great Britain at the first ever World Championships back in 1980 in New York. So a real family legacy that goes on between that family in judo. Nice turnover there. A great start for Malle. Filbert of France in the white.
That's 6 for the F4 under 63 kilos. In blue judo from Great Britain, Claire Bowie. Opponent from France in white, Christie.
Filbert drawing down on that lapel, trying to come over deep onto the back of Malle. Straight into the Niwaza, working away there, trying to punish Malle there in the Niwaza, but a lovely wrap over turn there from Malle, who secures the Osakomi. Kazura Kamishio Katami. And that's a very convincing win there with that beautiful turnover from Malle that takes the first win under a belt of the day. And this is from a pool of 5. Trogu of Italy now in the white, Pina of Italy also in blue. So this is the under 52 kilo category. Under 52 kilos. This is the F6 category. And full admiration for these ladies. A real feisty start, in fact. I would like to say this would be my weight category, but maybe not. It would be a higher weight category, definitely the same age category if I chose to compete, but I can honestly say I'm not brave enough to compete at this, so my full admiration goes out to these ladies that are here, that are battling away. Well, the battle continues. Trogu there with the Wazari on the board. 1 minute and a half, 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Both started off very, very fast indeed. Slowed down the pace now a little bit getting into their stride. A little bit of nervous energy was burnt up in the first minute and a half of this contest. And there you have it. Second Wazari Aseti upon, and Trogu goes through, wins the first match. Well, it's a pool of 4 in this age group and weight category, and all Italian. No, 3 Italians and 1 Irish young lady, Linda Ricci. So she's up against the Italians quite heavily. She's surrounded by them.
Mat 3 for the F6, under 52 kilos. From Ireland, in the blue judo gi, Linda Ricci. Her opponent from Italy, in white, Pasier.
Well, Lindy obviously got to be one of the favourites to win this title. Multiple European medalist and world medalist at this weight category. Comes in there, as you can see, with the Ochigari, real on the attack here in this weight division, not letting up at all against her Italian opponent, Asirielli. Asirielli trying to just calm down her opponent from Ireland. Ricci with the arm round the waist for the Ogoshi, draws her opponent down into the Niwaza and secured the Osakomi. And there you have it. That's the 1 win for Ricci in this pool of 4.
Mat 4 in the F2, under 52 kilos. Judo gi from Italy, Alessandro Mario. Opponent from Belgium, in white, Mediev. Mat 1 for the M2, under 73 kilos. And the blue judo gi from France, Jerome Pulac. His opponent from Great Britain.
So now we have coming up very shortly, representing Great Britain, Chamberlain of Great Britain and Reed of Great Britain in the blue. Now, very interesting to know that Reed qualified for the 2012 the Paralympic Games in her own right, but due to clarification of her eyesight in the VI, the visually impaired, just her eyesight wasn't poorly enough, as you would say, and wasn't capable of fighting in the Paralympics. But she's here, giving a good account of herself, but sadly got caught. Oh, well, here she has it with the Makikomi, nicely executed, working her way through there, and takes her first win. So that's Reed who wins that last match, and now we've got Andrews in the plus 78s for women, and Calamo of Italy in blue. So we've got Kay Andrews in white, representing Great Britain, Aurora Calamo of Italy in blue.
And now on mat 2 is the F3 under 52 kilos from France in blue.
It's the plus 78 and plus the 7, the F6 category.
F6 over 78 kilos from Italy, Aurora Kabov. The white judo gi from Great Britain, her opponent Kay Andrews. Underway on mat 5 is the F5 under 48 kilos from Germany in blue, Silka Ru. Opponent in the white judo gi from Great Britain.
So for Kay, she's quite an experienced veteran European medalist, gold back in 2016, and last year in the under 78s was gold medalist as well, which was held in Croatia. So she'll be wanting to retain her title in the plus 78s, and so far starting off strong, but is on the receiving end of a Wazari at this moment with 2 minutes remaining.
On to mat 5 in the F5 under 48 kilos from Italy in the blue judo gi, Rosanna Pulac. Opponent from Germany in white, Ulrike Stoll. On mat 6 is the M1 under 60 kilos from Great Britain in the blue judo gi, Benjamin Ford. Opponent in white from France, Jeremy Valent. Mat 1 for the F1 under 70 kilos.
Well, 1.5 minutes remaining.
Opponent from Italy in white, Baptiste.
Andrews really now has to start changing the tactics in this contest. Has had a real battle on her hands against a very feisty Italian. Very strong looking, good control in the grips, comes through with the Sianagi, and Andrews falls once more over the top of that Sianagi, and the Italian scoring a Wazari Assetti upon. So Calamo takes the first win in the plus 78 kilo category.
From the Netherlands in white, Bradler van Henkel. Mat 1 from the F1 under 70 kilos.
So Strub of Germany in white. Now, she was gold medalist back in 2017 at this weight category. So one of the top favourites for retaining that title. Surz of Italy in the blue.
From Italy in the blue judo gi, Antonella Paris. Opponent in white from Germany, Sylvia Struber.
So Struber, current Veterans European champion, here to retain the title. Carus of Italy in the white. Struber, as you can see, a lovely Ochigari, very strong left-handed high collar grip, and dismisses the Italian quite nicely there for her first win. So the current European champion for veterans on form today, and she'll be quite happy to get that first match under her belt out of the way. Tassi now coming up for Italy in the white, Lebrun representing France in blue. So we have Tassi in the white, Lebrun in the blue, representing France, and Italy in the under 63 kilo category. 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in this contest. Lebrun wrapping over, looking to capitalize on the Niwaza, controlling quite nicely that arm as she tries to pull it out, but as you can see, lost that little bit of leg control here.
To mat 6 is the M1 under 60 kilos. In the blue judo from France, Joel Neri. And his opponent from Russia in white, Sergei Redkin.
So 1 minute and 19 seconds remaining. The first Judo been awarded to Sassi of Italy.
Coming on to mat 4 in the F2 over 78 kilos. From France in the blue judo Melanie Mashi. Her opponent from Great Britain in white, Olivia Valentine.
Lebrun takes the first win, a very convincing win at that, in this round in the under 63s. Dufresne of France in the white, Salmon in the blue for France. This is the under 70 kilo division. And this is the F8 age group, which is the 65 to 69. Pure admiration for these ladies. Abaneti of Italy in white now, and shows up against Hunter of Great Britain in the blue. Oh, 81 kilos for men. That's a throwback in there now for the men taking over. This is the repechage of the 81s. You have to keep a good eye on these weight categories. They switch so quickly from men to women. But the men, they move so elegantly, just like women. Yoko Tomonagi there from Hunter, drawing his opponent down into the Niwaza. Hunter was one of those matches in the previous match where he got caught for a wonderful rear attack. I think it was the Koichigari on the last second of the match. In fact, he landed on 0. So a very unlucky situation for Hunter. But he took it all in goodwill. He came out, he was still smiling at the end. I don't think he could believe how unlucky he was to get caught at that split second. But he's trying desperately to make up for that disappointment here. He lifts his opponent up in the air, but he sadly didn't have the control to place him down in the correct fashion to get a score. But obviously frightened the life out of the Italian with that lift. So the Italian will be much more aware of what's happening here as he turns his back on Hunter. So Hunter once more trying to look for that arm lock. He was trying to get that leg swung over the top, just didn't have the room to maneuver himself into the Niwaza position. Sutemi Waza again from Hunter. Again, wasn't as convincing this time for the referee, and I'm wondering whether he will. He's got to be careful he doesn't pick up unnecessarily for doing minor offences like that, such as those drops, the Sutemi Wazas. But Abaneti of Italy takes the first Judo with just under a minute remaining. The Cianagi attempt from Hunter. Once more, wasn't convinced. It was a strong enough attack there. Problem is, as the minutes go by, the athletes become a little bit more tired and the technique becomes less effective. And if they're poor when you're feeling strong and later on in the contest you put one or two under pressure, then this is where you could forfeit. But there you have it. Lovely Cianagi, Ippon Cianagi, beautifully done, and scoring Ippon, and Hunter goes through to the next stage of the repechage of the 81 kilos. It was nice. Surz of Switzerland in the white, Pulac of Poland in the blue. This is the 81 kilo repechage. Now the winner of this match will meet Hunter a little bit later on. And that's a great win for Pulac of Poland, who goes through to the next round with Hunter in the repechage. Surz now coming up on mat number 1 in the under 81 kilo. Surz from France. This is the repechage. And he's up against Mazalik of Poland. So Surz in white, Mazalik in the blue. This is the repechage. Attempt of a Sianagi there from Surz. Well, Surz looking with a very unorthodox grip, but Mazalik just waiting too much of a plane. Oh, and I just say that, but he was biding his time. He was waiting for Surz to switch direction. As soon as he did, Mazalik was there waiting. As you could see, he had control on that sleeve. He waited for the first initial step forward from Surz, and he walked straight on to the Oso Tagari. Beautifully done. Nice win. Piers of Great Britain now in the under 60 kilos in white. And Fernandez Camona in the blue for France. And this is again the repechage. The winner will meet Zappino of Italy a little bit later on, but so this is the repechage of the under 60 kilos, the M1 category, but again, another one hits the dust. So beautifully executed, Fernandez Camono. Smoothly goes through to the next round. And we have now and here you have some highlights of that throw. It was so quick. Kuriashi, the Ashi Harai technique, beautifully done. So we're just seeing a little bit here. Well, Coco there with a Wazari lead. Nicely done in the under 63 F6 category. And there in the other corner, we're seeing a little bit of excitement going on in mat number 2, where we have a former international from cadet, junior and senior, Simone Callender, Commonwealth Games gold medalist for England, but also was the manager of the Commonwealth Games along with being one of the managers for the Olympic Games in 2012. So this is somebody that's played a major part in judo for Great Britain and the rest of the world, and finds herself unusually on the tatami again, but actually enrolled as a coach today. How she managed to do that, we'll never know, but someone actually put her in as a competitor. She came along here last night thinking that she was picking up her coach's badge. So when she realized she was a competitor, then she bought a judogi, washed it and tailored it so that the pants would fit, and here she is fighting. So a great win. But here we have Coco Dre been defeated by the French teammate Piège of France, who goes through in the next round. Now we have Diane White and Joyce Malle, both from Great Britain. White in white and Malle in blue. So both these ladies are European medalists battling away. White moving up into this weight category, has been successful in the lower weight division of 57s. And Malle, gold medalist in this actual weight herself. So this will be a very tough match indeed for both these athletes. 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. This is the F6 age division, in the under 63s. And for those that are unfamiliar with the categories of age, F6 is 55 to 59 age band. Sangaku turnover there, and we know that Malle is very, very strong in her niwaza, always has been, and nicely executed into the osakomi. And Diane now in a little bit of trouble here, as she's desperately trying to get that leg that's controlling their head at this moment, but Malle doing extremely well to control and seal this win. Right, well, there's Malle taking that win against White of Great Britain. Now we've got coming up very soon, we have the women's F6 under 52 kilos. Drogu of representing Italy in the white. Asparelli representing Italy also in blue this time.
In blue from Italy, Asparelli. Our opponent in the white judo gi, also from Italy, Sandra Trocco. Now 5 for the F5, under 52 kilos. From France in the blue judo gi, Lenard. Our opponent from Germany in white, Stephanie Schubler.
So nicely controlling on the sleeves. There you have Asparelli, but lost a control and ended up on the receiving end of Trogu's kanta. But it was a very disappointing outcome for Asparelli. But for her teammate, Trogu, she timed it quite nicely. Well, here you have it. The instigation of the Osota. She was driving almost close, step back nicely. Nice combination there. Good counter with the Ouchigari. Now coming up very shortly, we have Rosa Pina in the white, again from Italy, and she's up against Lydia Ritchie of Ireland. So Ritchie in the blue, Pina in white. Lydia, multiple European and world medalist in the veterans. Top favourite of winning this category. Well, Lydia there, straight on the attack. Those long arms reached over the top, hooked across and straight in to Osakomi. Well, very determined and experienced athlete from Ireland. No messing around, straight in there. Is not going to waste any energy whatsoever within the first 30 seconds of that contest. Straight in, those long arms reached over the top of her opponent. She hooked in with the Ouchigari. She stepped back out and did the Harai Makikomi to finish in with the Osakomi. So now we have Chamberlain of Great Britain in the white, Andrews in blue from Great Britain. It's the plus 78s. And this is the F6 category. Okay, as you can see, European Veterans Champion in the under 78s. Just trying desperately to settle down her opponent, Chamberlain. Real battle of the Kumikata at the moment. Chamberlain is slightly more defensive than Kay, but oh, she played a waiting game. Andrews came in with a very half-hearted attack as she threw that leg up high as if she was going for the Osotogari and left herself so vulnerable to the rear. And Chamberlain capitalized on that by countering. An attempt of a Makakomi there with Andrews. Really didn't get the rotation that she was hoping for. Andrews looked like she picked up a bit of a bump to the nose there, and referee giving her a little bit time to compose herself and obviously wipe the watery eyes possibly as well. Andrews once more tries to get that right hand over the top, loses a complete control there. Chamberlain defends quite nicely, working into the ground. Andrews trying to look for the shimiwaza, also in the same time trying to rotate her opponent to create a gap so that she can maneuver in. Well, these women have battled away here in this contest. Well, I'm not quite sure what's happening at the moment, but Andrews seeking a little bit of medical attention. I think it's a burst lip she's got. I'm not quite, I don't think it's anything serious, but obviously possibly a little bit of blood on the lip that's, she doesn't want to get any worse. But from this angle, as we watch the attention, it does seem to be that it's a burst lip more than anything else. A little bit of Vaseline will stop any bleed, and the split lip, I think she's rectified the problem. She's had that little breather that she needs, and she is ready to start once more. So Chamberlain and Andrews continue with just 53 seconds remaining in the contest. Andrews, as you can see, that arm coming over the top. She's looking for the Makakomi. Referee calling mate. Chamberlain picks up the first Judo for defensive action. And she's leading with the Wazari. Andrews has got some work to try and make that up. She made the mistake in a poor attack earlier on, which was countered quite nicely. But then again, she comes round the back once more to attacker opponent, Chamberlain to the rear, but Chamberlain capitalized once more with the Uchimata counter, scoring Ippon. So Chamberlain, a well-deserved win in this second round. Now we have Reed of Great Britain and Calamo of Italy. Great Britain in white, Italy in the blue. And this is the F6 of the plus 78. Kosota, Reed stumbling her opponent down to the ground, follows through looking for the Niwaza. Not quite sure what she's capable of getting in that position. Seems to be very tight there. Attempt of a Harai Makakomi there for Reed. Loses the upper body control, didn't really secure the Kumikata well enough to continue the execution of that attack. 2 minutes remaining in the contest.
Congratulations on that one to Palazon of France. Taking a place in the 66 kilo final later. On to that 5, it's the F5 on the 70 kilos. In blue from Germany, Dorothee Pulac, and her opponent also from Germany, in the white judo gi, Andrea Harman. On that one, it's the N1 under 73. Semi-final, it's Belgium's Thomas Rama in the blue judo gi against his opponent in white from Azerbaijan, Manovich. On to mat 6 is the F4 under 57 kilos from Poland in the blue judo gi, Abaneti. Our opponent in white from Romania, Lenard.
Once more the attempt of that Makakomi, but like I said before, she's just not really securing the Kumikata before engaging in the attack. So there's no Kazushi at all within the Makakomi. Well, the battle is still commencing here, and this seems we're in 15 seconds remaining in this contest. Feels like these ladies have been out there a lifetime. A lot of energy being spent up from Reed. She's put in some very strong attacks, but sadly the kumikata, the grips have just not been there for her. And well, you spend up so much energy, you become tired very quickly. Now we're going into golden score. Well, second Shido goes to the Italian. Calamo picks up 2. One more would result in the hand sokumaki. Reed trying to control her opponent as she comes down for the Sianagi. Now for Camilo, she scored well in a previous match with that Sianagi. I think she was a Wazari Aseti Ipon with both the Sianagis that she used. So this is obviously a big threat still for Reed, but she's become very tired now in this golden score, and Reed is becoming more and more frustrated as she doesn't feel that she can get the entry in. And there you have the third and final Shido, the hand sokumaki, but the win goes to Reed of Great Britain, and we will see her a little bit later on. So that was a second win for Reed in this pool of 4.
Lap 4 for the M2 under 81 kilos from Russia, in the blue judo Gabriov. His opponent from the Czech Republic in white, Pasier. Going on to lap 3 in the F6 under 57 kilos, in the blue judo from Italy, Antonella Paris.
Right, well, we have here in the F6 category with the 57 kilos. Well, it's the best of 3. There's 2 athletes participating in this weight category. We're looking at them right now. And how this medal is decided is possibly fighting 3 times. But if one of the athletes takes 2 wins, then they automatically, and there you have it. Strub takes the first win. Second win. So that's 2 wins now. So obviously Sylvia Strub wins the under 57 kilos. Nice win, gold medal for Strub of Germany.
On to mat 6 in the F4 over 78 kilos.
And now we have the F7. We have Angela Tassi in the white and Brigitte Lebrun of France in the blue. Again, this is a best of 3, 2 athletes participating. And already Tassi with 1 loss. So for her to stay in with a chance of that gold medal, she needs to win the next match. If she wins, it's 1 each, and then the decider will be the 3rd round. Kosota beautifully executed. Lebrun scores Ippon, and that's her with the gold medal for the under 63s F7 division. Dolenz now coming up. This is the 81 kilo category. France in white, also France in the blue, with Hermant also representing France. So Hermant blue, Dolenz white. And this is for a place in the final of the 81 kilo category for men in the M1 category. This is the 30 to 34 years of age, just mere pups, very young athletes. Cross grip there from Hermant. Side skipping for the Uchimata. Dolenz controlling the situation, anticipated the attack, blocking it quite well there. Dolenz still, oh, a lovely ashi was there from Dolenz. Stumbles his opponent down into the niwaza. Doesn't want to really mix too much in the ground. Circling the motion around. Dolenz throws that left hand high onto the collar. Nice movement to the side. Steps across for the Tai Toshi. And finishes off with that little bit of a lift to secure the wazari. So Dolenz takes the lead with 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. A place in the final of the 81s.
Do keep putting your messages and pictures up on social media, on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
Koso Tagari, nice move there. Gave the impression he was going to go forward with Uchimata, clipped the back of the heel for the Kosota. Dolenz with a strong lapel and sleeve grip. Good ashi was as comes. Oh yes, and what a finish there. Well, the mistake Hermant made, he was just on his way up from going down onto his knees. And there you have it, the Harai Makakomi on his way up. Came back, drawn him up. As he started to come up, he came across. Well, really, wasn't even taking him back off his feet. It was like a Tayatoshi across. So Dolenz, superb finish. And a place in the final of the 81s. Now he'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. Ismailov of Azerbaijan in the white. Kanzanzela of Switzerland.
On mat 3 is the M1 under 81 kilo semi-final. From Switzerland in blue, Jean Kanzanela. It's opponent from Azerbaijan in the white judo gi, Ismailov. Mat 2 for the...
So Ismailov in the white, Kanzela in the blue.
Underway on mat 6 is the M1 under 60 kilo semi-final. In blue, it is David Ticha. His opponent from Russia in the white judo gi, Maxim Kuzmin.
Oh, and a lovely Uchimata there. Zamanov almost had him there, but got the lift, just didn't get the finish of it. Real threatening attack against his Swiss opponent. Throws that right hand over onto the collar, hooks in with the Ouchigari. Now, Canzella picks up a Judo also there, so that's one apiece. Sutemi was her attempt by the Azerbaijan. 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining. Samalov there. Sodi, oh yes, what a finish. Ippon Sodi Makikomi. Wonderfully done, and a place in the final. He waited till his opponent came back on his feet and then switched it to the opposite side. Controlled so nicely. And he'll be up against Dolin a little bit later on in that final of the 81s. Now we have mat number 3. We have the under 66 kilo categories, the M2 age division. Nsbam of Switzerland with Rogan of Great Britain in blue. Nsbam white, Rogan blue. So this is the repechage of the under 66.
Now underway on mat 1 in the F1 under 78 semi-final. Fighting for a place in the final in the blue judo gi from France, Guon. In the white judo gi from Germany, Malle. And now fighting on mat 2.
Well, 2 minutes to go, and we have no score or even penalties at the moment. It's been a very close match so far. Rogan taking the first grip, as you can see on the lapel, controlling quite nicely his opponent, coming under, taking the same grip, the opposite side. Both of them just for holding onto the grip without executing any further movement from that or an attempt of a technique. They pick up a Judo apiece. Drop Sinka there, where we have
on mat 1, the winner of a place in the final from Germany, Malle.
Rogan once more taking that lapel grip, his opponent taking his sleeve to try and control the movement.
Coming on to mat 5 now in the F5.
As they both battle away, trying to keep control and dominate the contest and the pace of this match.
From Germany, in the white judo gi from Sweden,
Rogan attempting a Sinka, finding himself in a little bit of difficulty there. Coach overseeing the problem in the Niwaza, leaves himself, we saw that a little bit earlier on in previous matches, that he leaves himself a little bit vulnerable on the ground. His awareness down there of any danger is quite poor. Well, Rogan trying to pressurize his opponent on the edge of the mat. Nsbam coming in with the Sinka, dragging his opponent down into the ground. Didn't get any rotation there, so needs to get a little bit more lift. So we're coming into the golden score as now, so see how these athletes battle away. So last opportunity to stay in and for an opportunity of medal. So
coming on to mat 1 now in the F1 under 57 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Italy, Giacomi. In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Abaneti. And coming on to mat 5 now in the F5 under 57 kilos semi-final.
So it's a Judo apiece, and really difficult to tear these two apart, to say really who is going to go through to the next round. There's been some errors made. There's been some good, strong attacks from both of them, but very evenly matched. Ashiwaza attempt, the Sutemi-waza from Rogan to draw his opponent down into the ground. Well, we've not really seen any groundwork from Rogan, so possibly a waste of energy trying to get him down there. Bit more of a pressurized attack from Rogan. Circling motion from Nsbam. He's got the left hand on that lapel. Rogan dropping on underneath his opponent at the edge of the mat. Well, 1 minute 50 into golden score now. For these athletes, it feels like they've been out there a lifetime. No score as yet, a Shido, 2 Shidos to 1. Rogan really has to be careful, much more precise in those Sutemi-wazas. Any false attack from now could throw away an opportunity of a bronze medal for him.
In the blue judo gi from France, Jamila Bensala. In the white judo gi from the Czech Republic, Lipilin.
Oh, and there you have a lovely Sinagi entrance there. Well, there you have the third and final Shido, which means a Hansokumaki awarded to Rogan, and the win goes to Nsbam of Switzerland, who continues through the journey of the repechage.
And coming on to mat 2 in the F3 under 52 kilos, in the blue judo gi from France, Garcia. In the white judo gi, also from
And now we have coming up in the under 66 M2 category is Mediev of Azerbaijan and Lipilin of Ukraine in blue.
From Ukraine, Lipilin. In the white judo gi from Azerbaijan, Mediev.
So Mediev in white, Lipilin in blue. Straight away, the Ukraine comes out very feisty indeed. A really aggressive start as he draws his opponent down into the Niwaza, and there on the attack with the Sangaku turnover. Lost a little bit of control. They took him just a bit too sharp in trying to finish off, but now he's starting to work a little bit better here as he captures that arm, ties up with the lapel, but still doesn't control the head. 2 good opportunities for the Ukraine, totally wasted.
Coming on to mat 5 now, in the F5 under 52 kilos, in the blue judo gi from Belgium, Annick van der Voorde. In the white judo gi from Germany, Stephanie Schlöder. Coming on to mat 6 now, in the M2 under 90 kilos, in the blue judo gi from Russia, Yevgeny
Lipilin picking up his first Shido for touching the leg. Kosota attack there, wonderfully done. Cross grip. Oh, Yokogaki there. Fantastic. More of a Katakuruma there. He had Sasai once more. Another display of some beautiful judo here. He's got a wide range of technique. And there you have it, a Wazari Aseti Ippon. Well, they've actually given Ippon for that one. So nice. So Wazari, and then followed through with the Ippon to take him through to the next round of the repechage.
Coming on to mat 5 in the F5 under 63 kilos in the blue.
Now we have Diane White of Great Britain in the white gi and Delphine Filbert of France in the blue.
And coming on to mat 6 in the M2 under 90 kilos.
This was a pool of 5.
In the blue judo gi from Poland.
We're in the third round of this pool.
And in the white judo gi from France, Julio Dard.
Well, slight height difference here, but a nice attack there from White, who comes under with the Cianagi, scoring a Wazari, so that's a great start for Great Britain.
In the blue judo gi from France, Delphine Filbert. In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Diane White.
Filibert there trying to look for the shimiwaza.
On to mat 1 now in the M1 under 66 kilos in the blue judo gi from France, Paco Legrand. In the white judo gi from Italy, Raimondo De Gortes. And coming on mat 2 in the F3 over 78 kilos in the blue judo gi from Germany, Carmen Weiss. In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Simone Callender.
Well, the battle continue here, but White taking a very comfortable lead earlier on, still maintaining that lead with 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining in the contest.
In the white judo gi from France, Fabrice Verchev.
And again, another Cianagi there from White this time. Scoring another Wazari for a Wazari Aseti Ippon and a win through on that third round. We'll just see a little bit of a highlight on mat number 2, where we have the plus 78.
From Germany, Claudia Schurren. In the white judo gi from Switzerland, Rita Malle.
And we have Calendar of Great Britain up against Weiss of Germany in the blue. There's a bit of a battle going on here.
In the white judo gi from Great Britain,
potentially the gold and silver medalists we could be looking at here in results.
And now fighting on mat 3 in the F6 under 63 kilos in the blue judo gi from France, Christie. In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Joyce Malle.
Well, straight away, the strengths of Joyce Malle straight into the Niwaza. And this is her real forte with the Kezogatami there, and really is tightly executed. And French girl really doesn't have much of a chance of getting out of that. So this puts Joyce Malle in #1 position and taking a gold on 3 wins and a pool of 5.
In the blue judo gi from Poland, Rogan Janciewski. And in the white judo gi from Great Britain, Christie. Now coming on mat 3 in the F6 under 52 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Ireland, Ritchie. In the white judo gi from Italy, Sandra Trogu.
So here we have Trogu of Italy in white and Ritchie of Ireland, who's had an outstanding performance today in the under 52 kilos, on target for another gold medal in this weight category for Ireland.
Now coming on mat 2.
Combination of the Ouchigari, Sianagi there.
In the blue judo gi from the Czech Republic, Martin Pekarek. In the white judo gi from Russia, Leonid Griniuk.
Turned over there quite nicely in the Niwaza though. Trogu executing some very, very good judo. I think our cameraman's just gone a little bit haywire there, and oh, nicely done. Wazari scored there for Ritchie, the Siotoshi. Continue to drive, a little bit unorthodox with the arm round the back. Wouldn't have got as much leverage on there, but still very effective.
Coming on now on mat 2.
And called upon, so Ritchie goes through. In first place.
In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Andrew Malone. And in the white judo gi also from Great Britain, Stevie Bartolou, fighting for a place in the final.
So now we have Pina Rosa of Italy and Esprilier of Italy, Lucy,
coming on mat 5 now.
also from Italy.
In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Mark Adams.
The Syriel blue, Pina white.
Now coming on mat 3 in the F6 under 52 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Italy, Lucia Asirelli. In the white judo gi also from Italy, Rosa Pina.
Well, Asparelli, nice strong high collar grip there as she steps across, looking for an Ochi Harai combination of techniques, and nicely executed, calling upon there. So Asparelli goes into the next round with a win. So Now we have Chamberlain of Great Britain in white, Calamo of Italy in the blue. This is the plus 78 kilo category, the F6 division.
Over 100 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Mark Adams. In the white judo gi, also from Great Britain, Daniel Harper.
And Chamberlain tying up very, very strong approach, countering her Italian opponent quite nicely there as she attempted a forward attack. Chamberlain trying to get past those legs.
Over 78 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Italy, Aurora Calamo. In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Catherine Chamberlain.
Well, Chamberlain once again leads with that Wazari. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. We have just over 2 minutes remaining.
Now fighting on mat 1 in the blue judo gi from Ireland, and Hackett in the white judo gi from Germany, Dominic Schmidt.
Chamberlain with a very controlling lapel grip, left hand on the lapel, and her opponent's right side controlling that area nicely.
Now coming on mat 4. In the second semi.
Calamo struggling against the strong defences of this lady from Great Britain.
From Switzerland, Thomas Maras.
Comes in for a Sianagi, but totally dismissed by Chamberlain. Now starts to look to create an opportunity for herself in the ground into the Niwaza. Well, the Italian really has to start changing the tactics in this contest. Maybe breaking up the defences of Chamberlain, who once more gets that her opponent's right side controlled very nicely. Well, there's a bit of an error being made there, and Calamo now in a really good position in the Osakomi, a Wazari, then Wazari Aseti Pon. Well, Chamberlain had it all there. It was there for the taking, and sadly that error cost her a win in this pool.
Coming on mat 6 in the F4 under 78 kilos. In the blue judo gi from the Czech Republic, Lenka Kamiova. And in the white judo gi from Great Britain, Joan Gregory.
And that's a very convincing win there for Reed of Great Britain in white in the plus 70 8 kilo category. Now we'll quickly go across to mat number 4, I believe. Is it 4? Yes, mat number 4 with Louise Renix, just to see the highlights. This is a young lady that is local born, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and has a younger sister that's battling away for a place to qualify in the next Olympic Games in Tokyo. She also is her personal coach and has been since the Commonwealth Games in 2014 when she retired. Stephanie Ingles, also Commonwealth Games silver medalist for Scotland, and had a career sort of cut short where she had a serious biking accident when she was over in Vietnam. Almost at the edge of dying there, recovered with a lot of support and love from a judo family, as we could say, worldwide, and now is here at the chair, the coach's chair for Louise Renix, and it's absolutely delightful to see her there, fully fit and back in the world of judo. So we've got Hunter here in the 81 kilo category. In the white, Pulac of Poland in the blue. This is the repechage.
On mat 1, that was a win and a place in the final to Iabjan from France.
And this is for a place in the repechage final.
From Ukraine, please go immediately to mat 6. Yana Edwards and Larissa Masenko to mat 6 now, please.
The winner of this match will meet in that bronze medal final. Kanzelia.
In the blue judo from France,
who's representing Switzerland, so he'll be watching quite closely the result of this match.
Fighting for a place in the final.
Well, very poor drop there, a poor decision for Hunter, who picks up a Shido for that effort. Got to be very careful. He was under a lot of pressure and dropping like that on the edge of the contest area. Just validates what Hunter was doing. He was just feeling that little extra pressure than necessary. Pulac, nice strong grips, controlling Hunter quite a bit there. Seems to be quite frustrated with the gripping situation. Good as she was as from the pole. Poland drawing on those lapels, drawing his opponent, comes in for the Sianagi. Hunter comes on the top, rotates his opponent over, and he has got some niwas. He's very comfortable down in the ground when he gets that opportunity. Sadly didn't get enough opportunity there because he was right on the edge of the contest area.
Mat 6 in the F4 under 57 kilos in the blue judo from Italy, Cristina Marsili. In the white judo from Romania, Lenard. Well, attempt of Sutemiwaza from Hunter, who's got at this moment 2 Shidos. One more would result in the Hansokimaki, and I'm quite sure he doesn't want to go out at this stage on a disqualification, but there is the Sianagi from Pulac with 3 seconds to go. The timing couldn't have been more perfect for Poland, who takes the place in the final.
of the 81-kilo bronze medal.
Now coming on mat 3 in the M1 under 81 kilos in the blue judo gi from France, Baptiste Lenard. In the white judo gi from Poland, Mazalik.
Now we have representing Poland in white, Mazalik, and his opposition will be from France, Lenard, in the blue.
Coming on mat 2 in the semi-final of the F3 under 63 kilos. Fighting for
Lenard there, as you can see, with that right hand trapping his opponent's left side. Trying to get a reaction out of his opponent to come through with those hips. Mazalik picking up the first Judo for a defensive action. Really hasn't settled into this contest as yet, and this is a last chance for them, for either one of these athletes, to compete for a bronze medal. The winner will either be third or fifth, but the loser will take the 7th position in the overall result.
Coming on now onto mat 4, our second semi-final in the F2 under 57 kilos, fighting for a place in the final. In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Sophie Cox.
Sutemi was her attempt there from Lenard. Left himself a little bit exposed in the Niwaza. Just be very careful there. Mazalik, like most Polish athletes, got very strong Niwaza. Didn't sadly respond quick enough on there. Had an opportunity that he let go.
Would Filli from Russia please report to the information desk in the reception area? Filli from Russia, please go to the information desk in the reception area. Thank you.
We just had on mat number 4 Sophie Cox, former veteran European champion, an Olympian for Great Britain, and also senior European championships bronze medalist. Has a long career as an international athlete. Here just on her way closer to a medal in the under 57 kilos M2 category. Now, be very interesting in those two and their journey through to that final. Louise Renix, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, could meet the European champion in the final, and that will make a very interesting, exciting match. So we'll keep an eye on that progress and see how those athletes progress throughout the stages of today. But here we have a real battle in golden score now. 2 Shidos at the moment for Mazalik, representing Poland. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki. He really has battled his way here, defending, but really hasn't had an opportunity to take much control in the direction that this contest has gone. Lenard has controlled quite nicely. He's put more of the attacks in. He's been more of the aggressor within the contest. Well, Mazalik really needs to start changing the dynamics here. He needs to start being a little bit more gutsy, going out there and trying to take a bit more control. He throws that arm over, he totally commits, but loses connection with the grip, falls onto the ground, and there you have it, Lenard trying to capitalize in the Niwaza and punishing his opponent down there as much as he can. Mazalik looking very, very tired. Body language is just saying he really doesn't have much left in the tank to give back and to stay focused. And I think you can see with his back turned, his bent over position, the long time he's taking to tie up his obi is given not only everyone here but the referee the signs that he has very little to offer. And I think the referee could be looking at giving the third and final Shido here for the hand Sokimaki. And there you have it. Third and final Shido goes to Mazalik, and the win goes to Lenard of France in the blue. So he'll get an opportunity to fight in the bronze medal final a little bit later on.
Coming on to mat 3 now, in the F8 under 70 kilos, in the blue judo gi from Italy, Cristiana Pallavicino. In the white judo gi from France, Monique Salmon. And coming on to mat 5 now, in the F5 under 48 kilos, in the blue judo gi from France, Martine Flickchenko, and in the white judo gi from Germany, Ulrike Storer.
Now we have the under 70 kilos. This is the F8 division, the under 70s, salmon in white. And you have there on our picture Pallavicino of Italy holding her opponent down and taking the win. Nice gesture there as Pallavicino helps her opponent back up onto her feet. Lovely gesture and sportsmanship from both these two ladies. Well, I say young ladies, but they are young at heart, definitely brave, that's all I can say. 70 years of age. Well, the age bracket.
Semi-final of the M1 under 90 kilos, fighting for a place in the final. In the blue judo gi
65 to 69, the F8. So massive admiration for. And Pallavicino, I've just heard, that has been for 17 years a veteran competitor. That's a very impressive track record as an internationalist. Well done her. And there was a very quick win from Antonia for France. goes through. Round 3 of the under 60 kilos M2. And now coming up very quickly indeed is Fernandez Carmona of France and Zappino of Italy in the blue.
Now, in the second semi-final of the F2 under 70 kilos. In the blue
and this is for a
from
place.
In the white judo gi, also from France.
This is for a place in the bronze medal final. And they'll be up against
under 60 kilos in the blue judo gi from Italy.
Colas of France for that bronze medal, the winner of this match.
Juan Fernandez Carmona. The win there on match 1 of a place in the final, Laetitia Coupeau from France. Now coming on to match 1 in the F3 under 70 kilos. In the blue judo gi from the Czech Republic,
Well, Zappino there taking a very comfortable lead with the Wazzari. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this contest. And a great start for the Italian. Fernandez there digging in deep, looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza.
Now fighting on mat 2. In the second semi-final of the F3 under 57 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Italy, Andrea Bertoni. In the white judo gi from Germany, Roman Steiner. Now fighting on mat 6. In the N1 under 60 kilos. In the blue judo gi from France, Jérémy Codet. In the white judo gi also from France.
Well, once more Fernandez looking for an opportunity in the ground. He still trails, and what he's got to realise is that he's a Wazzari down, and he needs to try and get that back if he's in a good opportunity position to either hold his opponent down or get the submission with the shimmy waza. And I'm not quite sure what's happening here, but yes, he does. And there you have it. Fernandez obviously very strong in the ground in the Niwaza and takes full advantage of the situation he was in and takes the place in the final of the bronze medal. So Fernandez Carmona goes through, and we'll see him a little bit later on. And a well-deserving place for Zappino with the 7th place in this Veterans European Championships. Now we have Luz of Austria and Humphreys in the blue from Great Britain. Austria, Luz in white. Humphreys, Great Britain in blue. Oh, lovely attack there. An attempt of a forward attack with the Harai, switched it to the Oso Tagari for Ippon within 10 seconds of the contest beginning. So Luz goes through in the next round. And now coming up in the under 81s M2 division, Azir Fatullayev of Azerbaijan in white. Mixa Edmond of France in the blue. France in blue, Azerbaijan white. And this is the semi-final of the 81 kilo division. Well, cross grip there from Fatullayev, trying to keep his opponent at bay. Mixer started off, it looks slightly stronger, and his opponent's got lovely long reach that's causing the Azerbaijan a little few problems out there. He's made him a little bit unsettled to start with, but throughout the day the Azerbaijan has been very strong, a great progress throughout each stage of this competition, and a well-deserving position to be in the semi-final. But is he met his match in this semi-final? Well, at the moment here he's still to settle here in this semi-final. The Frenchman doing extremely well here, controlling the pace and the gripping style of this contest. Left hand on the lapel, controlling the right side of the Azerbaijan. He comes in for the drop Sianagi there. Nice as she was there, and Fatullayev once more shows a little bit of class out there. Just took him a little bit longer, but was totally dismissed there for that Osakomi. Frenchman. Well, there was a Wazari there, definitely, no doubt about it. Misjudgment of an attack from the Frenchman that was capitalized from the Azerbaijan. Fatullayev looking very much more calmer out there and in control. He's got a comfortable lead. He's got 1 minute and 18 seconds. I'm just seeking a little bit of medical attention. It looks like there's a few cuts, maybe scratches on his chest that just needs to be sort of looked at.
A win and a place in the final on mat 2 for Andrea Otrenda from Germany. Coming on to mat 5 now in the semi-final of the M2 under 100. In the blue judo gi from Azerbaijan, Zawar Pasqua. In the white judo gi from Germany, Marcel Janet, fighting for a place in the final. And now fighting on mat 2 in the F3 under 52 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Italy, Manuela Tardini. In the white judo gi from France, Valérie Palais. Fighting now in the semi-final of the M1 under 90 kilos on mat 6. In the blue judo gi from Romania, Silviu Nastasa. In the white judo gi from Belgium, Sebastian Claude. Would Octavian Tapascu from Moldova and Igor Kurov from Russia come immediately to mat 4? Thank you.
Well, now we have Mixer back on the mat, ready to go, patched up, cover any of the war wounds that he's just received in this contest. And the Azerbaijan is dealing now with a very feisty character that's got second wind now and determined to come back into this contest as he trails with a Wazari. A Sianagi attempt there. Fatullayev comes through, drops the legs underneath, rotates his opponent over, trying to create an opening there. He's hooked onto that arm. Bit of a stalemate at this moment, and mate called.
blue judogi from Moldova, Octavian Petrescu. In the white judogi from Russia, Igor Kurov.
Well, Fatullayev, as you can see, with that straight arm there, the right arm blocking his opponent's hip, and the referee will, if he sees it quick enough, he will penalise him for it. Very defensive, an obvious defence. The most important thing is when they grip up, they have to use it. And Mixa obviously frustrated in the latter seconds of that contest. But you cannot blame Fatullayev for defending. He had seconds to remain. He wasn't going to make any silly errors or sacrifice any more than what he needed to. And Fatullayev goes into the final of the 81 kilos. Well, he's an athlete that's had a very good performance throughout the day, very consistent. And it'll be interesting to see. He's obviously one of the top favourites for the gold medal here today. Now we have the semi-final of the under 66 kilo category in the M2, which is against Sinka of Hungary in the white, and Pasqua of France in the blue. Pasqua blue, Sinka white. This is the semi-final of the under 66 M2 category.
In the white judogi from Hungary, Sinka Kabov.
Well, as these battle away to control on the grips, Frenchman dropping under his opponent. Sinka's journey here had a bye in the first round, defeated the Swissman Nsbam, and then went on to beating Rogan of Great Britain along the way to this semi-final position. Pasqua had a bye in the first round. Mediev of Azerbaijan he defeated in the second round, and in the quarterfinal defeated Lipilin of Ukraine. So both have had some challenging matches along the way. Kosota knocks his opponent down and goes straight in for the arm lock. Still battling away to control there that arm. Pasqua defending, but still not out of trouble as yet. Referee calling mate.
Coming on to match one now in the F1 under 70 kilos. In the blue judogi from Portugal, Luisa Garcia. In the white judogi from Germany,
Sienagi once more. Pasqua dominating a little bit more than his opponent from Hungary. Comes round the back, Hungarian looking for Koshiguruma Uchimata. There was two options there for him.
Coming on to mat 5 in the F5 under 70 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Sarah Hopkins. In the white judo gi from Germany, Andrea Haumann.
Frenchman circling action there. Oh, he walked himself right off that mat. His awareness of the contest area is very poor. He's already got a Shido. I wouldn't be surprised the referee gave him another Shido for that. It was literally a walkout. Well, he's lucky. That's all I can say. And we're in the last seconds of the contest. A Sienagi attempt from the Frenchman. And we're now into golden score. Hungarian arm round the back. Has his head caught up a little bit, but then follows it through into his transition into the Niwaza. Now the winner of this semi-final will meet up with Retniak of Poland.
Over 78 kilos. In blue judo gi from France,
And that is Sinka, who will take that place in the final against his Polish opponent, Retniak.
On mat 3, a win and a place in the final to Sinka from Hungary.
So now we have the 63 kilo category.
In the F2 under 57 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Great Britain, Kirsten Gray. In the white judo gi from France,
It's Coco Nadia of Italy in the 63s in white, and her opponent Delphine Filbert of France in blue. Filbert blue, Coco white. Well, Filbert takes the win, and definitely in style. That high collar grip, the advantage that she has here with those long legs. We've seen that in the previous match, that Oso Tagari. Well, it's a winning recipe for her. Now we have white.
In the white judo gi from Belgium, Des de Sommer. On mat 1, in the F1 under 70 2 in the F3 over 78 kilos. In the blue judo gi from Germany, Weiss. In the white judo gi from Great Britain, Margaret McGee. And on mat 3 in the F6 under 63 kilos.
So here we have White and Pesh from France, White from Great Britain, and this is for a This is for a silver medal in the under 63 kilo pool. And then you have White here securing the Tati Shiogatami quite nicely, and seconds to taking the silver medal here at the Veterans European Championships for Great Britain. That's the same pool. Malle, also Joyce Malle takes the gold for Great Britain. So gold and silver goes to the GB team. Now have coming up after this match, Sandra Hughes in the F3 under 78 category, and Sarah Humphreys, also from Great Britain, in the blue. So Hughes in white, Humphreys blue. Well, he couldn't ask any quicker than that. 10 seconds, and Hughes gets the win for Ippon, and moving closer to that gold medal. And here we have Gabriov of Russia in the under 81 kilos. This is a place in the bronze medal final. And his opponent is Manovich of Poland. Valentvich there in the white, representing Poland. A real high collar grip there, straight out onto the attack against his Russian opponent, Kabov.
Congratulations on mat 6 to Denis Testenko of Ukraine, looking his place in the final of the M2 under 90 kilos later.
Oh yes, well that was a bit of a stumble there from Gabriov, and finds himself on the receiving end of the Osakomi, trying to secure the Kezugatami. Well, he does well to get out of that, but still trails now with the Wazari. 2 minutes to go. Well, they're taking the Wazari and put it up to Ippon, so there you have it. Valentvich of Poland goes into the bronze medal match. Well, we're here with the bronze medal final for the under 66 M2 category. Vincent Nsbam, and he's up against Thomas Maras of Switzerland. 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. Only a Judo divides the athletes. Sidestep in there, just looking for the Ashiwaza. Nsbam working away in the corner of the contest area. Well, as expected, two athletes from the same country that have worked so hard to leading up to this medal. It was never going to be an easy match at all. Both desperately wanting that bronze medal, both know each other so well that very little errors are being made within this contest. One Judo is all that divides the athletes. So 45 seconds. Again, it's a, well, very little happening between these two. I'm surprised that we're not seeing any more than a Judo apiece. Now 2 Judos to Nsbam. No. For him, he's got to start shaking this up a little bit. There's the Sianagi attempt there from Maras. Wasn't as convincing as we would hope to it. There was very little movement. Nsbam just once more here comes in for a drop. Well, we're into the golden score, 18 seconds in, and very difficult to see which way this is going to fall unless Nsbam makes an error and picks up that third and final Judo. Looking for the Sianagi there. Well, that was a very poor drop there indeed, and definitely for me was a Judo. Well, there you have it.
Coming on to mat 5, the bronze medal fight.
And then the highlights of that beautiful Koji Makikomi to finish it off. Well, it took us a long time to get there, but eventually Nsbam pulled it out right at the end with the Koji Makikomi to take the bronze medal. And we'll just quickly look at mat number 2. Well, it was Ari there just coming up. Of Simone Calendar and Fresnel of France battling away. I'm quite sure it's for like a first place. It's a pool of 5. But on this mat you have Pekarek of Czech Republic and Romain Thompson. Thomas there, and Roman taking the gold, taking the bronze medal. So next we have So here we have, for the bronze medal fight, we have Gonzalez Jerez of Spain, and he's up against Surz Iglesias of Spain. So we know Spain will take a bronze medal, but which one will it be? Will it blue or white? And very similar, possibly, that we had with the previous contest with 2 gentlemen from Switzerland. It's going to be possibly a real battle between these 2 for the bronze medal. And this is the under 73 M2 category. Surz there desperately trying to rotate his opponent over into the Niwaza. Roman Thomas doing it extremely well to control that situation nicely. Uchimata big harai, oh, beautifully done. Just sadly lost that control at the end.
On to mat 1, it's the F1 under 78 kilos. Judo from Great Britain, Donna Riggs. Her opponent from France in the white, Valerie. Underway on mat 6 is the M2 under 90 kilos bronze medal fight. For France,
Gonzalez defending, trying to draw his opponent's head down with 1 minute and 6 seconds. No penalties, but no scores at this moment to divide these athletes here in the last minute of contest. Well, Ishido's just been awarded there to Gonzalez Jerez. Well, we're here having a real battle and no major surprises at all with this. A golden score situation now. And only one Judo divides these athletes. Surz, Iglesias looking the more stronger of the two, a bit more dominant and taking control of this contest. Attempt of a Cianagi there from Gonzalez, but not really that convincing. Lovely turnover there though, but that, as you can see, the leg caught up. It needs to control the head. Hopefully he's tying up that head to secure the hold when the leg comes out. I don't think he has, and I think he's no sooner gonna, and there we have it, no sooner the leg comes out, his opponent escapes. Well, this is the problem we've seen quite a few times in this tournament, is that trying to desperately secure a hold down needs to have upper body control. They tend to make more emphasis on getting a leg out or getting the arm out rather than taking control first. It's most probably one of the biggest frustrations I have in watching, that you just think that it's a lot of wasted energy in trying to get a leg out without securing. Oh, lovely Kochigari, Diashiharai, beautiful combination, nicely executed. Sadly, no score. A little bit more action there from... Oh! There you have it. What a turnaround. Well, you knew that it was going to be difficult to divide these two. And that side skip was the punishment. It was the error that it came in for the Kochigari. We saw that earlier on. He did the Kochigari and then he did the Kosota. Beautiful Okuriashi. The Ashiharai, that's what it was. The Kochi Ashiharai combination we saw, which was very effective from Surz. This time he goes again to do that Kochigari, but this time didn't react. And there you have it. Gonzalez capitalized on it. Beautifully done. Great result for him. So that's him with a bronze medal in the under 73 kilo category. And Gonzalez Iglesias takes the bronze medal for Spain. So Gonzalez Herreras for Spain takes the bronze medal, and Surz Iglesias 5th place in the Veterans European Championships. And coming up very shortly now, we have Mathieu Frederic of France in the white, and Sean Dinning of Great Britain in blue. So we're just waiting for this match, the bronze medal fight of the under 100 kilograms. And here we are just about to start. So Mathia of France in the white, Dinin of Great Britain in blue.
Underway on mat 3 now is the N1 under 100 kilos bronze medal fight for Great Britain in blue, Sean Denis. White judo.
Oh, there are the Uranagi, lovely lift there. Sadly just didn't, it was rescued well by Mathia, but definitely just needed a little bit more oomph in it at the end from Dinin. But a bit of a wake-up call for the Frenchman, though. That was on the receiving end of that Uranagi. Sianagi attempt, lovely movement there. Very agile for a big man as he rose through, comes into the shimiwaza, and there you have it. Bronze medal goes to Dinin of Great Britain. A very convincing win, very stylish indeed. The attempt of the Uranagi that really shocked his opponent, unsettled him. The Sianagi that was a continuous roll for the Wazari, and then the shimiwaza at the end. Nice bit of judo. Great day's work for this athlete of Great Britain. And there we have the highlights. Well, now we have a break until 4 o'clock on mat number 3, where after that at 4 o'clock we will commence with the gold medal finals. All the finals of all the weight categories for the women from F1 to 11, and we have the M1 and 2 for the men's categories. So look forward to you joining us a little bit later on for the third day final block of the Veterans European Championships 2018. Maria. Hi, good afternoon and welcome to the final block of the third day of the Veterans European Judo Championships 2018 here in the Emirates Arena, Glasgow. And we're just about to commence with the final block, the gold medal finals on mat number 3, where we will be kicking off with the F3 for ladies, the under 63 kilograms. And this will be between two French competitors, Delphine Roland in the white gi, and we will Paulette Canel Consolin in the blue. So here we have the under 63 F3 category final, and it's an all French final we have here today. Okay. Well, as we would expect, both these athletes know each other very well, and it will be a major battle between them because both desperate to be European Veteran Champion 2018. Well, there's a nice attempt there. We have a Wazari for Roland with the Sutemi Waza, Sumigeshi. So a great start for Roland, who takes the lead. But still with 2 minutes remaining in this contest, it's still a long way to hang on to a Wazari. Canal. Consoline now really has a lot of work on her hands to come back into play in this contest. Roland, right hand over the top. She dropped in for another Sutemi Waza, but this time Canal was waiting for her. Reacted very quickly, responded down into the knee Waza, and now is starting to work for that arm lock. Not sure how close it is. Well, sadly, the thought was there, but definitely didn't have the positioning correct to complete that transition. Canal throwing that left hand high onto the collar, drawing her opponent's head down, looking for the Ouchigari. Uchimata there though from Roland. Sidestepped around the back from Canal, a nice counter attempt, but didn't get the score that she was hoping for to come back into play. She's got 1 minute to try and even this up, or to come back and win this final. Well, Canal really working extremely hard, putting a lot of effort in. Doesn't seem to be paying off right now at the moment, and this is maybe the wrong positioning to be in Niwaza as the clock ticks away nicely for Roland, and this is tactically where she would like to be. Canal Consolin piling the pressure on, throwing the arm over the top. It slips down over, goes into the Makikomi. There was a continuous roll there. and a Wazari called. So she's done well to bring this back into play, and her hopes of becoming European veteran champion alive. Uchimata, oh yes, what a finish! Beautifully executed the Uchimata. She caught the top of the head and over she went with 5 seconds remaining in the contest. Scores the Ippon with the Uchimata. So Roland takes the gold medal and the title of Veterans European Champion 2018. So Delphine Roland of France takes the gold medal and the title of Veterans European Champion 2018 in the under 63 F3 age branding. So there were some wonderful celebrations there to be had and memorable moments that will last a lifetime. And here we are on mat number 3 for the second group of finals, and we are covering the M2 under 90 kilo category for men, and it's an all Ukraine final. Sergei Balaban in the white, and we have Denis Tesenko of Ukraine in the blue. Setsenko in blue, Balaban in the white.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the athletes, turn off those flashes on your cameras and smartphones. Thank you.
Well, it's a good start for Balaban. Comes in for a Cianagi. Doesn't seem to faze his teammates, but still it's a good, positive start for Balaban.
Our first gold medal in this batch of finals is won in the M2 under 100 kilos for Germany's Malle.
Oh, there you have it, a lovely ippon for Balaban. Well, there was no argument about that one, and a great win. The Coinci and there the Cianagi, beautifully executed and planted very well. So Balaban takes the gold medal for Ukraine in the under 60, under 90 kilos in the M2 category. So here we have Samantha Kranic of Great Britain, and she's up against Javel of France in the blue. This is a repeat of last year's Veteran European Championships, where Great Britain won the gold medal with Samantha Kranic. Can she continue with that success and make it a double this time on home soil? Well, she started off really well with the hip throw and back in, and she's looking very determined indeed as she marches back into the center of the contest area. Samantha looking for the cross grip at the back there, as you can see, which is swiftly dismissed by Javel. Falls down into the Niwaza there, and she's not out of trouble yet, as Samantha is desperately trying to control her as she turns her over into Niwaza. Referee obviously felt that there was a little there to offer and would call the mate rather than wasting valuable contest time.
And congratulations on mat 5 in the F3 under 48 kilos final. The gold medal is won by France's the veteran European.
Javel there looking for the Ashiwazas. Kranic stumbling a little bit, lost her balance, tried to rescue it with a Sutemi Waza Tomanagi. The fact that she actually stepped out of the mat and attempted that Tomanagi, she's got to be careful there she doesn't start accumulating the Shido. There she has one Shido already. Well, it's a lot of pressure on Kranic there, as she is the current European champion here, veterans from last year, here to try and retain her title, all to lose. Where, on the other hand, her opponent, who was silver medalist, has got it all to win. Steps across for the Tayatoshi score and a Wazari. Now that puts her in a lead with 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining. Still plenty of time for Great Britain's Kranic to come back. As she comes down, not wanting to waste any valuable seconds in the Niwaza, stays in the Tachiwaza and straight on, trying to engage with her French opponent, who obviously is trying to waste the time she can and retain that lead of a Wazari. Well, see an Aggie attempt there, but for Samantha Kranic, really needs to stay up in a standing position, try to gain back the Wazari, even to go for golden score, but it's going to be very difficult as the clock ticks away there. Cross grip again, and straight away Javel in with the attack, dropping forward. False attack, so picks up the Shido, but has she got enough time? Samantha needs to still continue piling on the pressure. She's got nothing to lose. She's got it all to gain now. It's been a reverse situation. She came out as the current European champion for veterans, where the pressure was on. Now she's trailing with a Wazari, so she's got it all to bring back in line, but sadly the time wasn't on her side. But still a well-deserving silver medal goes to Great Britain, with Samantha Kranic, and the current European Veterans Champion 2018 in the under 63 kilo category goes to Javel of France. Well, here we have a battle which was really expected. You've got Louise Rennicks, who's the local girl of Glasgow, born and bred here, Commonwealth Games gold medalist for Scotland, and she's up against Sophie Cox, an Olympian for Great Britain in the under 57 kilos, European medalist and Commonwealth Games medalist. So this is was always going to be expected a battle and a half, with a half a minute into golden score. No scores and no penalties. Cross grip there. Louise Rennicks comes in for Sutemi-Waza, trying to draw her opponent into the ground. Sophie, very clever in her Niwaza, and a strong athlete, very fit. Now this maybe where's the mistake for Louise as she went into that Sutemi-Waza, but it isn't for the want of trying, as she's so determined to get out. Sophie Cox looks up at the scoreboard. She's holding on so tightly there, doesn't want to let this one go. She has won a European title, but in a golden score, as long as she gets that point of a Wazari, then it's a win. So Sophie Cox becomes the current under 57 veteran European champion 2018. Gold medal back in 2016. So now she's starting to get quite a nice little collection as a veteran international. Louise Rennicks, silver medalist on home soil. She'll be absolutely delighted with that. She was so nervous coming into this tournament today, but she always knew that this was going to be a very tough match, and they are very good friends indeed. So the appreciation goes both ways for their effort and determination today. And there, that massive big hug goes from Stephanie Ingles, a Commonwealth Games silver medalist that had a serious life-threatening accident that came back where we all thought that was never going to be possible, to fighting fit and getting the full support and back into the sport of judo, where before we didn't even think that she would be here with us today. So beautiful story, nice feel about it, and this is what the veteran Europeans is all about. So here we have another block of finals, and we're covering mat number 3. We have Guon in the blue, representing France, and teammate also representing France, or Argy. Hopefully I pronounced that well for the French. I do apologize if I haven't. So the battle commences here. So here you have so at the moment, what is on the corner of our screen isn't the actual match that we're watching at this moment. So here we have it now, Pogy. We have now in white, as you can see, leading with Awazari. Guon desperately trying to get, which you can see the very unusual sort of method of the shimiwaza. Got a real arch there, but it was on the chin, and referee was in the wrong side to see the execution of that shimiwaza. Oh, beautifully executed. Sodi ORG there, trying for a pawn. Well, that says it all. There's very little to come back from that. Beautifully done. Obviously, a little bit frustrated from the Niwaza situation they had earlier on, but that Sodi that we saw just there was beautifully placed, scoring the opponent. Here we have, he took the sleeve, over he went. Nicely done, and that face just says it all. No argument with that score. So RG takes the gold medal back to France. Silver also goes back to France. And a nice final that we have just witnessed. So we're on to mat number 2. Kranich of France in the white, and Pasier of Germany in the blue. As you can see, the German coming up on top now, trying to secure the Osakomi, and here you have it. And there you have the win for Pafu of Germany. Or no, he didn't. Thought he had the Osakomi there. It was the time out. So continuing now into golden score at this moment. 1 Judo to 2. Pafu really has to be very careful. One more would result in the Hansokimaki. Both very, very strong kumikata grips. Both attempting the Ashiwaza, Sasai's Uchimata from the German. And a change of direction, Sasai Sakura Komiyashi, beautifully done, and Ippon called. So the German Perfeu goes through and wins the gold medal for Germany. Here we have beautifully executed the combination.
And on man two, the winner of the gold medal in the N1 over 100 kilos.
Well, that was a nice finish there for the plus 100 kilograms. And shortly we will commence with the medal ceremonies, the awarding medal ceremonies for the M2 plus 100, under 100, under 90 kilos and 81 kilos. And for the women in the F3, under 63s, under 57s and minus 48s.
Congratulations to Great Britain's Andrew Malle, taking the gold medal on that 5. Our medal presentation ceremony will follow shortly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our next set of medal ceremonies. To present these medals, please welcome President of the British Judo Association, George Kerr. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the medal rostrum the M2 over 100 kilos medalists.
2 is the F1 under 63 kilo final. In the blue judo gi for Great Britain, Rebecca Kabov. And her opponent from Sweden in the white, Emily Forsberg.
So welcome back. Well, there were some wonderful celebrations there, and now we're back to another block of finals, and we're covering mat number 3. We have representing Italy in the white, Laura Battistella in the white, and representing France in blue, we had Ludivina Cuidiner. So Cuidiner there in white, and Battistella in the blue. Battistella white and Cuidiner in blue. Well, the Italian straight in. Battistella trying to defend down there as Cuidiner comes in looking for the shimmy waza. Not quite sure we're in the positioning, but obviously the referee, which is Stefan Newbury of Great Britain, could see very clearly the positioning of that shimmy waza. Well, Battistella there looking a little bit apprehensive. She's trying to block her opponent out as she at times steps across, but left herself vulnerable there with the Kosota, and Cuidiner following through into the knee waza has now the upper hand here. She scores a wazari, and with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in the contest. So France takes the lead. Well, this is the under 70 kilo weight division final in the F1. Cuidiner for France leading with the wazari. Battistella really has some work to do now, but from the kick picks up for a frustration, picks up a Shido for a deliberate infringement there. Instead of the sweep, it was a bit of a blatant kick to the shin. Seems to be a little bit of a habit for Battistella. Possibly not intentional, but really needs to get the timing a little bit better on the ashiwazas. So Sutemi was her attempt there from the Italian. Slight frustration, sort of starting to pick up a little bit more energy to try and come back in the latter stages of the oh! Tania Toshi there, beautifully executed. And Uchimata, she tried forward, desperate attack forward, Battistella, but left herself wide open for the counter there. Here you have it. Battistella came across with a big harai, felt under pressure, started to move back out of the attack, but there was the Tania Toshi. So we'll be coming up very shortly for the award ceremonies for the M273, 66 and 60 kilos, and M1 plus 100s, F2 for the ladies under 70, under 63 and under 57 kilos. That's the award ceremonies coming up very shortly.
Of Germany, taking the F1 under 78 kilos title. And earlier on mat 5, Lenard of France picked up the gold medal in the F2 under 52 kilo category. Our medal ceremony will follow shortly.
So ladies and gentlemen, to our next set of medal ceremonies. Please welcome to present these medals, European Judo Union Referee Director, Alexander Leskevich. And welcome to the medal rostrum, the M2 under 73 kilos medal.
Could you plug that? So now we come to another batch of finals, and we are covering on mat number 3, the M1 under 90 kilo categories for men. We have in the white gi representing France, Nicolas Bernard, and he'll be up against Belgium opponent, Sebastian Claude. So Sebastian Bernard of France, first place this time last year, 2017, the under 90 kilos. So this is an opportunity to make it a double. Can he retain that title? An attempt of a Yoko Sutemiwaza there, Yoko Tominagi. Claude comes straight in on the attack. Very determined. Sianagi, another nice technique. Following through into the Niwaza as he crosses those legs, trying to get the rotation, but referee calls the mate. Claude, traditional grip, the kumikata lapel and sleeve, but Bernard attempting also a Sutemiwaza. A bit of a rotation there, but anticipated well from Sebastian. Well, Bernard picked up the first Shido with just under 2 minutes remaining in this contest. And Claude, as you can see, with that right hand over on the shoulder of his opponent, draws his opponent down to the side. Yoko Sutemiwaza. Kosota attack once more. Claude just a little bit ahead of the attacks. It's some very strong attacks right from the beginning of this contest. Bernard still really has to show what he's capable of doing as the current European champion at this moment. Seems to be trailing on the attacks. Hasn't really settled in this final as yet. He attempts the Ouchigari, really didn't have much impact on his opponent. Claude again doing the Tominagi. Didn't get the lift. Whoa, there, Bernard really had a great opportunity with the Uchimata. Claude walked around onto that Uchimata. It could have really cost him the gold medal. A poor judgment on direction there from the Belgium. Bernard with that left hand on the lapel. Head-to-head situation now. Claude with the left hand inside, trying to block here, blocked a little bit too much, and both now pick up a Shido apiece. So France trails with 2 Shidos now. One more would result in the Hansokumaki. Claude now changing the pace of this contest, but we're now into golden score. So as it stands, 2 Shidos to 1. Cloud in a far better situation, a little less pressure on him. Bernard cannot afford to make any mistakes. A Sasai attempt, Koji-Gari, a combination of techniques there. Really doesn't follow through with much breaking of the balance. Uchimata into the Makikomi. Anticipated well from Cloud, who then follows through into the Niwaza, looking for the arm lock. Oh, what a throw! Hey, well, what a finish that was. And again, Claude made that ultimate mistake. For whatever reason makes him think about it. He came in half-hearted to put the hips through, left himself short, anticipated so well. Bernard throws in the hip. The Uchimata was there waiting for him. Beautiful technique, Uchimata for Ippon. Well, that's why he's veterans European champion for the 2nd time running. So shortly we will be commencing with the award ceremonies for the F2 at 52 kilos, F1 78s and under 70s and under 63s.
So, ladies and gentlemen, to our next set of medal ceremonies. Just 4 in this set, ladies and gentlemen. To present these medals, please welcome member of the British Judo Association Board of Directors, Claire Lish. Please welcome to the medal rostrum the medalists in the F2 under 52 kilos category. The 2 bronze medalists from Belgium, Lièvre, and from Italy, Alessandra Damario. The silver medalist from Sweden, Claudia Vedemo. And the gold medalist and veteran European champion for 2018 at under 52 kilos from France, Nathalie Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists. We now invite our VIP to have a photograph with the athletes.
So here we have the final group of finals, and this is on, and we're covering on mat number 1 with the men's M1 category under 66 kilos. It's an all French final, and we have representing in the white gi Vincent Cusimano, and up against a teammate which is Duclos Cola. Duclos Cola in the blue, Cusimano in the white, both representing France. And straight away blue takes the first Judo. Duclos. High collar grip, right round for the Koshiguruma. Needs to get the hip in a little bit deeper. His opponent with the arm round the waist as well for the Kosota. Nice reaction there. Was waiting for the counter, the Uranagi. Clipped the inside for the Coinci. Tayatoshi, beautifully executed, very low. Stumbling his teammate Duclos over, but didn't get the score, but nevertheless a very good attack. Well, this contest is very open here. Duclos coming in for a Sumigeshi there, Sutemi Waza.
On mat 4, the M1 under 73 kilo veteran European champion for 2018. Taking the gold medal for Azerbaijan, Malle.
Both opting, as you can see, Duclos trying to wrap over that arm, come underneath. Touching the leg there, he will get penalized for that, the leg grab. Well, he gets a Shido for pulling down, but quite sure there was the leg grab. White steps across for the Tayatoshi. Duclos, a combination of stepping across and then switching to the rear for the Kosota. Attempt there of the Koshiguruma, but once more he braces himself, goes for the big harai, switching for the Osota, hops around, beautifully executed and scoring Ippon. So Duclos Cola of France takes the gold medal and the title of the for the under 66 kilos veteran European champion 2018. And that was in the M1 category.
Congratulations on mat
Teammate
2.
Vincent
The gold medal for Russia.
Cusimano,
Under 60 kilos, Maxime Kuzmin.
silver medalist again for France, making it a hat-trick for the French team.
Stefan Duclos Cola taking gold on mat 3. Medal presentations will follow shortly.
We'll be coming up very shortly with the final presentations of the day for the individual tournament. 3 days of competition here at the Emirates Arena. It's been a fantastic feeling here, and we've all enjoyed the judo that's been on display. So we're coming up now to the final awarding ceremony with the M1 under 100 kilograms, 90 kilograms and under 81 kilograms, along with the 73, 66 and 60 kilos. So please stay with us to enjoy some more celebrations of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Azerbaijan. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists. Once again, we invite our VIP to have a photograph with the athletes.
Different countries winning medal goals.
Ladies and gentlemen, our penultimate medal ceremony for the day. Please welcome to the medal rostrum the M1 under 66 kilos medalists.
35.
that was some wonderful memories there to take away for a lifetime. And I hope you've enjoyed the coverage as much as we've enjoyed being here in the Emirates Arena, here in Glasgow, for the 3 days of tournament of the individuals of the Veterans European Championships 2018. Tomorrow we will commence with the men and women's team event. This will commence at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And we'll also at 2 o'clock have a closing ceremony and the final block at 2:30. But all we have is some information at the moment for the individual. The medal table stands as it is, with France with 26 golds, 37 silvers and 44. Well, they did have the largest contending team participating here at the Europeans in Glasgow. Germany came second with 14 golds, 12 silvers and 10 bronze. And Great Britain in third position with 10 gold, 14 silvers and 22. 24 individual countries winning gold medal over the period of 3 days, and 29 out of 35 countries actually medalled. So it's an amazing performance through all these countries that are here today representing individually, and we'll look forward to seeing them competing for their country in the team event tomorrow. So I do hope you'll join me, Loretta Cusack-Doyle, and on behalf of the European Judo Union, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.